Members of the public may provide public comment during the meeting using one of the following three options. If you're calling in by phone, please press *9 during the public comment period to raise your hand and *6 to unmute in order to speak. Via Zoom, select the raise hand function during the public comment time and you will be unmuted when it's your turn. Or using the public comment form directly below the live stream meeting on the town website, which is at https://www.townoffairfax.org/watch-tv/. Prior to the meeting, as always, members of the public may submit written comments to the Planning Commission. If the comments are received after the circulation of the Planning Commission packet, but prior to the meeting, they'll be sent to the Planning Commission and it will be part of the public record. If comments are received after the start of the meeting, they will be part of the, I don't know, that doesn't sound like that's written correctly, but public comments will not be read out loud by staff at the meeting. So we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. If we could have a roll call, Linda, please.
Okay, Fragoso. Can you guys hear me?
Fragoso is not on yet.
Oh,
She's absent.
okay. I thought I saw her cracking up. Green. You have to answer. Okay.
Okay, here, it wouldn't unmute. Okay, great.
Gonzalez Barber.
Here.
Newton.
Here.
Swift.
Here.
Chair Rodriguez.
Here, and we'll also
There's
recognize.
Norma. So I'll call
Here I
Norma.
am.
Okay.
This is the time that we will approve the agenda. We have a format here. And is there any discussion or motion on moving the agenda as presented or some other change? I do want to recognize that Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber said there may be a time during the meeting that she needs to leave. So the two public hearing items that require a vote are 3 and 4, well, and the consent calendar. So we'll want to get through those for sure. Anyone?
Yeah, if I might, I just wonder whether switching 3 and 4 makes sense, given that we've got an actual application in front of us. I don't know, Ben, if you have thoughts about that.
I have no objection to that. Initially, it was intended to go in first because it was hoped it would be a quick item and we had a really heavy agenda, but we've obviously continued a couple items. So at this point, I think we have ample bandwidth to focus on the major items. And if you would like to allow the applicant to go up first, that's fine with me.
Yeah, no objection.
Maybe want to make a motion on that item and let's do that action.
Well, first, Tamara, is the applicant for 63 Spring Lane here? Because I don't want to put, okay, Linda's nodding her head.
Yes.
Then I will move approval of the agenda with items 3 and 4 switched.
Second?
We have a first and second.
I'll call roll. Fragoso.
Yes.
Green.
Here, yes.
Gonzalez Barber.
Aye.
Newton.
Yes.
Swift.
Yes.
Chair Rodriguez.
Aye. All right, thank you. On with the meeting protocol then, the chair shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert Rules of Order, and the commission has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at commission meetings. The commission and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motive of the commission members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. This is the time in the agenda we open for public comments on items not on the agenda. Anyone wishing to address the commission on matters not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the commission may do so by email or in person via Zoom, or even on the phone, as we discussed earlier, in the manner described above. Please state the matter on which you want to speak. Matters not appearing on the agenda will not receive action at this meeting, but may be referred to staff for a future meeting. Presentations will be limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise established by the commission chair. Persons are not required to give their name or address, but it's helpful for speakers to state their name for the record and whether or not they are a Fairfax resident in order for the secretary to be able to identify them. Is there any member from the public who would like to address the commission on items not on the agenda? Please raise your hand or unmute yourself.
At this time, I do not see any raised hands.
I see no, thank you. I see no raised hands. All persons are invited to participate in public hearings in order to give all interested parties an opportunity to be heard and to ensure the presentation of all points of view. Members of the audience should, I think that's related to that public comment, so I'll move on. We'll move on to the consent calendar. We had 2 items originally scheduled for this evening's meeting. Application 20-2, 1930 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, and application 21-01 for 48 through 52 Bolinas Road. The proposal is to move those items, continue the items to March the 18th. Do we have anybody willing to move the consent calendar?
Can I ask a process question first? I think the conduct part of our agenda applies to any public comment on any item, just FYI. And do we take public comment on the consent calendar before we move it?
Yes, I think that's actually a good idea. So let's back up to the conduct. All interested parties are invited to participate in public hearings in order to give all interested persons an opportunity to be heard and to ensure the presentation of all points of view. Members of the audience should 1, limit presentation to 3 minutes, 2, provide their comments by email as described above, 3, state your view and concerns succinctly and any alternatives, and 4, submit any new documents to the planning staff first via email to be entered into the record. So with that, is there any public comments on the consent calendar item to continue these 2 items? Please raise your hand now or unmute yourself.
Chair Rodriguez, I would also like to comment that if people are talking about the continued items, I would strongly recommend that we not take public comment on those items. Insofar as this has been noted as a continued item, we will not have full public participation on those items. So if they indicate that they'd like to speak about those, I suppose they could comment in general, but I do not feel it would be appropriate to take public testimony on any aspect of those items. So that's my strong encouragement.
We have no members of the public who's willing to speak on this item at this time. I'm ready to take a motion to move the consent calendar. Thanks, Ben.
I move that we continue consent calendar items 1 and 2 for the March 18th meeting.
Thank you. We have a first. Do we have a second?
A second.
Thank you. We have a second from Commissioner Green.
Okay, call the roll. Fragoso,
Aye.
Green,
Aye.
Gonzalez Parber,
Aye.
Newton. Oh, Swift,
Aye.
Chair Rodriguez.
Aye. The motion passes. Now we're moving on to public hearing. We're moving on to public hearing item on 63 Spring Lane, application 20-03, which is a request for a hill area residential development permit, design review permit. excavation permit, retaining wall height variance, and a tree removal permit to allow the construction of a 3-story, 2,511 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, single-family residence with an attached 648 square foot garage and storage. Assessor parcel number 002-174-05. The zoning is residential single-family, RS6.
Ready for the staff report?
Thank you. That was the words.
So this project complies with the regulations set forth in the RS6 single family zone. It meets all the required setback regulations, the minimum and the combines. It complies with the FAR, the floor area ratio regulation, and the lot coverage regulations, and it complies with the height. We've also compared the floor area ratio to other structures in this neighborhood in the Deer Park, Crest Road, Spring Lane area. The proposed house results in a 0.06 floor area ratio, which is very similar to other residences in this hillside area of Deer Park. The project does require a hill area residential development permit, and the purpose of the HRD ordinance is to encourage the maximum retention of natural features, to minimize grading of hillside areas, to provide a safe means of ingress and egress for vehicles and pedestrians, to minimize runoff, water runoff and soil erosion, and to prevent loss of life, reduce injuries and property damage, and minimize economic dislocations from geologic hazards, and to ensure that infill development on hillside lots is of a size and scale appropriate to the property, and that it's consistent with the development found on other properties in the vicinity with the same zone classifications. So the site is located between two swales on the adjacent properties. There's no active evidence of sliding on the site, and the site test borings led the project engineer to make the determination that the site's not likely to be affected by debris flows, landsliding, or seismically induced landsliding. And our town engineer has been to the site and reviewed both the drainage and the geotechnical report, and he agrees with the assessment of the project engineer. Our town engineer has reviewed the survey, the architectural plans, the civil engineering, grading and drainage plans, the boundary and topographic map, the geotechnical report, and the drainage report, and believes that the project contains adequate information to recommend that the project proceed and to a hearing in front of the Planning Commission, and that it can be approved safely if certain conditions are met. And we've included those conditions in the resolution should the commission vote to approve the project. Basically, there are some minor discrepancies between the property legal description, boundary distances, and dimensions shown on the topographic and boundary survey and the recorded survey, and they shall be addressed in writing by the project surveyor and shall include a brief commentary on the basis for his determination of the boundaries and the reason for the observed discrepancies. The surveyor did speak directly with our engineer and explained what the discrepancies were, and so he's satisfied with the survey that was done. They also included language for a condition that the owner provide access easements across APN 2-174-05 for all applicable utility agencies, the town of Fairfax, and the owners of the two parcels to the east. And they indicated that due to the proximity of the driveway retaining wall to the residence, the existing residence at 63 Spring Lane, the retaining wall and construction sequencing must be designed to maintain adequate lateral support for the property and improvements at 65 Spring Lane, and include a detailed shoring plan with the structural plan submitted at the building permit stage for review and approval by the town engineer. So the project also requires a retaining wall height variance. The town code limits fences, walls, and hedges to 6 feet in height anywhere behind the front setback. And so the wall at one point is going to reach the driveway wall in order to get the turning radius so the fire trucks can actually get up to where they can get to within the required distance from all portions of the building. The wall will reach 15 height at one point, but then it decreases in height as you get away from that 115-foot point. And so the portion of the wall that exceeds the permitted 6 feet in height is the minimum necessary to get the required turning radius and driveway grade for a fire truck to negotiate. So if there was more distance between the property line and the neighbor's house, they might have been able to step the wall in some manner, but the other house, the existing house that's been there for many, many, many years, is pretty close to the property line. So the only way to do it and meet the fire requirements is to build that wall that reaches 15 feet in height. The project also requires an excavation permit. It's going to require the excavation of 855 cubic yards. 150 cubic yards of that material will be used to fill the patio and the underfloor areas, resulting in an off-fall amount of 705 cubic yards of material. That amount is really not unusual for an upslope site due to the town's parking requirements, and this site has the added design challenge of having to get the fire trucks up onto the property, because the hairpin turn that goes to the paper portion of Spring Lane is too sharp to meet current fire regulations for the size of the fire trucks that are actually being used today in the hillside areas. So there's really no real way to decrease that amount. Even if they moved the house closer to the property, they would still have to get parking in. And we require 3 parking spaces. So we believe the excavation being proposed is the minimum necessary in order to develop the site. The project, all new houses also require a design review permit. And so the Planning Commission has to find that the project complies with the design review criteria listed in the town code. They include the proposed development shall create a well-composed design harmoniously related to other facilities in the immediate area and to the total setting as seen from the hills and other key vantage points. Only elements of design which have a significant relationship to the exterior appearance of the structure shall be considered. Those elements can include height, arrangement on the site, texture, material, colors, landscaping, and appurtenances. The development shall be of a quality and character to protect the value of private and public investments in the immediate area. It shall conform with all requirements for landscaping, screening, usable open space, and the design of parking and off-street loading set forth in the title. There shall exist sufficient variety in the design of the structures and grounds to avoid monotony in external appearance, and the size and design shall be considered for the purpose of determining that the structure is in proportion to the building site. And there's a few others, but basically you get the gist of what the criteria, the house has to fit in with the neighborhood and try to fit in with the natural environment as much as possible. So the front facade of the structure has been articulated with its front walls staggered at different distances from the front property line, as well as the inclusion of a covered entry porch on the first floor. And the living and dining rooms have been stepped up the hillside from the garage with a roof deck off of those rooms on the top portion of the garage. And the stairway is included in a stairway column that incorporates windows to let in natural light. The driveway retaining wall will be a dark brown lagging with I-beams painted to match the horizontal wood lagging. The lighting plan originally had 2 lighting fixtures that didn't comply with our dark sky requirements, but the applicants have removed the 2 gooseneck lights proposed over the garage and replaced them with dark sky compliant lights. Now the complicated part. The applicants have obtained a recommendation from the Fairfax Tree Committee to remove 28 bays and 2 coast live oaks. Now, when we were trying to hash out how to get fire access to the property, the driveway shifted a little bit and requires the removal of tree 20, I'm gonna look it up. 334, right? So there's 1 tree that you don't have a recommendation from the tree committee on because the design change occurred after they already went to the tree committee. You are the group that has the authority to actually approve that 1 extra tree without a recommendation from the tree committee if you see fit. Where did we go there? So anyway, we believe the trees being removed are either being removed because they're within the footprint of the house or because it's recommended for removal for fire safety, or they're not, or the trees aren't well. So we believe the trees being requested for removal are necessary. So we looked at our northern spotted owl map, which didn't really seem to show any kind of owls in the area of this site, which we found a little hard to believe. So we put out calls to a lot of different agencies trying to see if there was another map. We finally made contact with an avian ecologist at Point Blue, who said they haven't conducted surveys in this area. They're planning to. They think it's going to start, I think, in April. But, you know, with a government agency, you can't really count on that. So we have included a condition that the applicants provide a survey for spotted owl nesting sites. And if they do find nesting sites that are within a quarter of a mile of the site, we've included our standard condition that construction be prohibited during the nesting season from February 1st through July 31st, unless a plan for allowing construction activities during this period is submitted by a qualified spotted owl biologist and approved by the state, with documentation of the approval provided to the town prior to initiating any construction activities. So that would conclude our report, and we are recommending that you approve the proposed project by adopting the resolution attached to the staff report, which sets forth the findings and the conditions for the project approval.
Thank you, Linda. Before we start, I just wanted to recognize the hard work that you obviously put into this project. So it's a very complicated project, and you can tell the effort that you put into it. Appreciate all that work, because it's very complicated. So maybe just reviewing what we're going to do right now, we're going to start with any clarifying questions of staff regarding anything in your packet. So we'll withhold your project positions, but just clarifying questions so that you grasp what's in front of you. Then we're going to turn to the architect and engineer, ask them to give a presentation if they've got one. At a minimum, just ask questions of them to clarify our understanding of the project. We'll withhold our position on the project. Then we'll go out for public comments. And then we'll come back and discuss the project, identify any concerns or have more staff questions, and then we'll get a position from each of us on the project. So with that, does anybody have any questions of staff? And it would be really great if you raised your hand.
Can I,
Sorry,
yeah. I forgot to say one thing. I did receive some questions from the commission ahead of time in writing. Did you want me to read the questions and my responses before the commission starts, or when they're done asking their questions? Or is it necessary, or should we see if they're
well,
asked?
we're for sure going to review them if they haven't already gotten their answers.
Okay.
And so we'll just go ahead and go through the group, and they'll bring it up if they haven't heard from people. And I'm recognizing Commissioner Green as the first person with questions.
Thank you, Chair. Is there a tie-in between the 15-foot retaining wall and the fire truck turnaround? Is there any relationship there?
Yes. In order to get the turning radius, that and the slope that's permitted for a fire truck, they have to excavate down a certain amount and have the turn, make a turning radius. And in order to do that, they are going to be sharing their driveway with the existing house at 65 Spring Lane. So that wall is at the minimum height that it needs to be in order to get the driveway at the right slope and at the right curve for the fire truck to get up to the site, to get up to the house.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That's clarifying. I appreciate that.
No other questions. Recognizing Commissioner Newton.
Yeah, I'll echo the appreciation for all the hard work in this. It's really amazing. I have some specific questions about some of the details in the resolution language, and I don't know if I should hold off as we get further into that. Okay.
I would hold off unless it relates to your understanding, a question that relates to your understanding of the project. It would be more as we move along in the project and we get towards the resolution, or as part of the discussion overall.
Well, I'll hold off. I think the nature of my questions are clarifying maybe some typos and
Yeah.
errors that I see in there, so I'll hold off. Thanks.
Does anybody else have questions? I know I do. I'm not seeing anybody else or no other hands raised, so I'll go ahead and ask my clarifying questions. One thing I'd like to do first is get a better understanding of this subdivision. And so I'm referring to attachment B of the staff report, which includes the final map. And then, the plan A10B, which is kind of the staff report. And then, in the plan set, and then attachment E, where Miller Pacific Engineering talks about future development. So it would be really good to better understand on this final map which lots could be developed in the future. And so I'm referring to attachment B, and Linda or someone has indicated project site, and 65 Spring Lane is going to be the one who has the portion of the retaining wall on it. But I'm more talking about, as we're going around this paper street, GHIJKL,
Yeah.
which one of these are undeveloped at this point and would be?
Okay, so G is undeveloped, right? H is undeveloped. I has been merged with 305A, which already has a house on it. So if you jump across, so Spring Lane does another hairpin turn and then extends over where it meets up with Deer Park Drive. And it goes past HIJKLM. You see those in the map, you guys?
Yes.
Okay, so G is undeveloped, H is undeveloped. I no longer exists because it's been merged with the house across the street on 305A that's developed already. So it doesn't have any development potential. And let me just real quick put my map over here. Okay, so I and J have been merged, right? Oh, I'm sorry. So I and J have been merged, and they've both been merged with 305A. K already has a house on it that's developed. K and L have been merged into one, and they already have a house on Crest Road. And that's the same with Lot M. They came in on Crest. So the only lots that still remain vacant that could be developed are G and H.
And then J. Sorry.
Yeah, I and J are merged with 305A. All three of those are merged into one.
So A through D is already built.
Those are there. Well, so they may not have a house on every one. I think like A and B are merged and have one house, right? But there are further houses further down on Spring Lane.
All right.
Addresses if you need them.
No. Thank you for that clarification. The next question that I had to do with the CEQA determination. Mm-hmm. And I didn't see anything in the staff report addressing that. And what I was trying to better understand is that because we've got open space behind the parcel above it, and then we've got undeveloped properties on F, G, and H, that this did not meet the definition of an infill site, nor did it meet the definition or criteria for a housing project exemption. So what CEQA determination are you making on this project?
We believe it is an infill site. They are taking access off of an existing developed road. There are houses below it on Spring Lane, immediately adjacent to it, and there's a house on the other side immediately adjacent and a house across the street. So they aren't building any new public roads. They're accessing their site from the existing Spring Lane. They're an approved legal lot that was created in 1916.
So
If they were extending Spring Lane and making it easier for G and H to build, but they're not building any new public roads. They're just,
since we're, okay, you answered the question, so we'll discuss that as part of stuff later. You gave me my clarification. I don't, yeah. So you're going to do residential and infill. Okay, I'll make a note. And okay, you answered the question about the tree committee. I wanted to ask about the Miller Pacific report, which is attachment E in the 7th bullet, where they're saying that they reviewed a certain plan that was dated a particular time, and it was the grading plan that they reviewed, but the plan in our package is a different grading plan date. And I'm just wondering, did you compare the two plans, and did you just make a determination that it was not a substantial difference? So it's the same plan essentially.
so we compared them, and we believe, and also the engineers have all talked, right? So that any changes that have been made, our town engineer is aware of because they conversed before they were made by telephone.
Okay, thank you for that. And then finally, this evening, we got a revised resolution from you today sometime, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure the owner also got copied on that.
I do not know if I did that. I don't think I did, but they were mostly corrections, and then we added that one condition. So I'll make sure
just forwarding that now would be good,
right,
while we're still discussing it. Okay, that's good. Okay, so now I don't see any other hands raised, so we will go ahead and ask if the applicant or architect has Commissioner Newton.
Sorry, Michelle. One of your questions got me thinking, you know, when I was looking at the Fairfax Open Space Committee map, parcels, okay, parcel, from the attachment B, it indicates that F, G, H, I are all undeveloped. It doesn't have the the Open Space Committee's map, which is arguably dated on, based on 10-year-old data, doesn't have that merger of I and J with 305A. Can you tell me when that, do you know when that happened offhand?
Boy, let me think. I haven't looked at it for quite a while, but I believe no, but I can find out by when they purchased it, because they purchased it long after their house was built. So let's do it that way.
Where I'm heading with this is we have certain open space parcels identified in the general plan that the Open Space Committee,
and I checked.
So this isn't those, right? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. And so now this is the opportunity for the architect and engineer to make a presentation. If they don't have a presentation, then we have time for questions. And I do have some questions. And so can we move them over? I see Stacy Peoples is here, so maybe we can let her begin and then she can introduce her team.
Actually, I have Mr. Thompson already promoted to panelist, and I believe he's making the presentations. And I do have the Peoples are allowed to talk. Mr. and Ms. Peoples, I can promote them to panelists as well if you'd like, Chair.
I would, since she's
Okay.
the owner applicant, and she can defer to whomever she wants.
Good evening, everyone.
So I'm so sorry, Stacy. I
Hello?
did promote you, which cut you off in the middle of it. But if you just start again now, you're a panelist. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. And thank you very much for taking the time to let us be a part of the public hearing this evening. I'm here with my husband, John, and we purchased 63 Spring Lane back in 2017 from Harold Lazzini. And, honestly, our goal is really simple. We want to be stewards of the land. We want to be a part of the neighborhood, a part of the community. We want to design a house that fits the site as well as the nature around it. We knew going in that we were going to have some challenges because it is an uphill slope. With that being said, we wanted to make sure that we had a talented team in place to help support the operation. And that's where I want to turn it over to Doug Thompson. He is our architect. And just want to thank everyone for giving us an opportunity today. And Linda, thank you very much. We appreciate everything.
Thank you, Ms. Peoples. Mr. Thompson.
Hello. Yeah, Linda, I also want to thank you for all the help and hard work on this. It's been a long process. So I'm going to share my drawing so that as I speak, I can take you around the site. Let's see. All right, do you see sheet A1.1?
We do.
Okay, and it's the same drawings that you guys have in your set if you'd prefer to look at hard copy, but I'm going to use my cursor to illustrate points as I go. So our first task was to solve the fire apparatus access and turning. Both the Spring Lane right-of-way and the unimproved right-of-way fronting the property are only 20 feet wide. And as you all know, Spring Lane is very windy and has some tight sloping turns.
Can I interrupt you? I'm sorry. Can you
Sure.
just blow it up a little bit more? Because the top half of the site right now is not what you're talking about. So I'm old.
Huh. Okay. Is that better?
As long as you don't have to get into any of the details on the plan.
Huh. So do you see my cursor here?
Yes,
And do you see it down here?
I don't.
You don't?
Yes,
I
I see it.
Let me, I think I need to maybe make it smaller here. Are you seeing that cursor here now?
Yes,
And you see it up here?
yes.
Okay, that's the full sheet then. Okay. All right. I have it on a large monitor here, so I had it too big. So Spring Lane is a 20-foot wide easement. It's windy and sloping uphill, and the paper easement or paper right away is 20 feet wide. So getting a fire truck up here was our first challenge. And you also probably noticed that Spring Lane continues a few hundred yards, and then it pretty much ends in a dead end, and there's no fire truck turnaround at the end as well. So, it was our understanding this is a dangerous condition for the Ross Valley Fire Department. Currently, the access onto the unimproved right-of-way from Spring Lane is a very sharp, acute, uphill left turn, just not accessible by trucks at all. It's even challenging for a car to get up there. So as it stands, any large firefighting equipment brought up into the neighborhood would have to back down much of that windy Spring Lane to leave. It's a pretty hazardous condition to evacuate quickly. So the owners, John and Stacy, even before I got involved, met with the Ross Valley Fire Chief. Actually, I think prior to purchase, and had some discussions about what his needs and expectations would be. Based on that discussion, it was pretty clear that we had to get a fire turn access, and that was going to have to come not only along up into their property, but would have to get over into the adjacent property's owner. So as part of their purchase of this property from the previous owner, the easement was granted. And we got on board about that point in time and did some analysis and discussions with the fire department to make sure that we were creating an easement that would accommodate a turn that the fire department would be okay with. The fire truck now in this scheme, the fire truck comes and can set up here and serve this house. But as part of working with the town and the fire department, we developed a scheme where that fire truck could in fact continue out on and onto this part of the right of way to serve future properties. That work and any improvements to make that accessible would be up to a future property owner. 1, 2. So with that solution in mind, the curve, the outside radius of the curve is 43 feet. The inside radius is 27 feet. This spring lane coming uphill, it's very steep. We couldn't start our curve until we got up into the flatter portion of spring lane. So the beginning of that curve was set at a certain point. The radius, inside radius is here, outside radius is there. We have a slope that we have to meet, and that's set by the fire code standards. So the maximum rise of this driveway coming up into where the fire truck stops is set by fire code. Let's see, where are we? So the other thing to keep in mind then is once you get the fire truck up to that point, all points on the residence have to be within 150 feet of this fire truck location. So you might see these dash lines that come around to the back that way, dash lines that come around and go to this point. That tells us how far up the property the house can set. So the fire truck access pretty much set where the house is going to go. The slope that we had to work with then set by the fire truck to here, and then we have got parking and turnaround, and also the civil standards, civil engineering standards that you want to meet will set where our garage pad would be. So we kind of work from there. That's at the garage pad. House is set by that distance from the fire truck. So the garage floor basically is set as high as we can get it based on those slopes. Part of the reason I'm pointing that out is that really establishes the amount of excavation. The one thing you'll notice, you may see it in the topo lines here, they kind of go, they go back into the lot here. There's a natural bowl in that area, which means that there's not as much excavation that has to happen there. That also suggested where the garage would be to minimize the amount of excavation. From there, the house, let's see, I'm going to go to 3.0. Okay. So, whoops, sorry. So the garage is here. From there, we've stepped the house, worked the levels as you go up the property so that the top floor is close to grade and the garage is set there. Once you set the garage at that elevation, you set the garage at this elevation, the main floor is up here at elevation, fairly close to grade. We're left with the middle floor, and that works out great because then what we've been able to do is set the bedrooms, the mechanical, the utility spaces in there, keeping the overall footprint smaller because we stack floors. Here, the bedrooms are over the garage, and then we've slid the living room back. So the house, going back to my site plan, the house has been rotated close to an east-west axis on the site, and we did that for several reasons. Mainly by setting the house in this direction, it's close to running parallel to the contours. That just is a good way to minimize the amount of excavation and the amount of vertical walls that are going to be exposed. We also chose to make the roof of the house. We chose to make the roof of the house a shed that runs parallel to the slope of the grade. And that way, the house, you don't have a ridge high in the middle. You basically keep the overall height of the house as close to grade and certainly well below the height limits. The other thing to note is that the highest part of the roof then is at the back of the house, and that also helps the perceived view of the house, because from below, the highest point of the house is actually not seen from the street. Its view is cut off by the eaves and the decks that extend out in front of it. We set the master bedrooms at the east end of the house. The east end of the house. Go back to my site plan. The east end of the house, so they're going to get the morning light. And living spaces are here, and that gave us the opportunity to create some patio area that's fill from part of the excavation. The strategy of stacking and then stepping has allowed us to minimize the amount of excavation we're going to do for the project. And another consideration, of course, is reducing the apparent mass of the house. And so in addition to stepping, we've articulated the mass by using two different materials, a dark plaster and a dark stained wood. And then those tend to be in different planes. The wood wraps around the end of the house so that you start to have smaller elements wrapping around the larger element. And then, of course, those pieces will create shadows on the building that'll help also differentiate and break up the form. The stairway, we even came up with a way to keep that element from appearing to be a tall element. And I want to look at 3.3. The section through, so you come in at the lower level, up a few steps, but at this level, and as the house switches back and comes to the top floor, the roof slopes down. You don't need to have an 8-foot ceiling height here because you're at an intermediate landing. So this outer edge of the stair element is lower than an 8-foot ceiling. The materials on the house, so it's going to be a dark matte low sheen bronze metal roof. The windows and doors and railings will be a similar matte dark bronze color. Where there are pieces that aren't available in the dark bronze, we'll use a matte black, for example, a light fixture. The site walls will either be a colored concrete to match the plaster, or will be plastered. And gutters will be the same metal as the roof. So the retaining wall, I'm going to go back to the site plan so that I think it's easiest to understand the retaining wall when you realize that this slope, actually, let me go to 3.5. Yeah, this slope right here, this is the new driveway slope. And that pitch is essentially the maximum that the fire truck or the fire standards will allow. And as the curve goes into the hillside, the retaining wall goes from a couple feet here up to its high point here and then drops back down to a couple feet here, going back to that elevation. So here's the low point. You can see the dashed line, that's the natural grade. And then at this point, we're running along parallel to the contour, but as the driveway continues up, the height of the retaining wall decreases. Another thing to note about this is literally 60 feet from the street edge to the high point of the retaining wall. And to mitigate the height of that wall, we have some of the property here that is landscaped. We're putting some trees in that area and some shrubs. We would have put more in this area, made it denser. However, because this is a fire truck access, the fire department requires a 10-foot zone that's essentially unplanted, and that's on both sides. We had initially proposed vegetation that would cascade over the top of the wall and more material here, but the fire won't allow us to do that. So we're putting as much as we can here to mask that. And I think, you know, there will be some views up that driveway, but it's quite a distance. That I think I measured today from here to there is 60 feet. Addressing the excavation questions, if you look at C1, well, give me a second. Okay. One of the things I think to consider is that more than half of the excavated material for this project happens because of the fire apparatus access in turn. That the house itself is able to keep about 40% of its excavated material on site. So we've worked real hard to keep that on site. We can't really keep this material on site. First of all, that work has to happen first. The fire department requires this driveway access to be in before anything else happens. So that material is just coming out. And I think you would find that the benefit, though it's a long-term benefit, that now this neighborhood has a place for a fire truck to come up, turn around, and they can have a relatively safe entry and exit from the neighborhood. I think that benefit certainly mitigates, if not outweighs, any short-term inconvenience that excavation off-haul is going to generate. One last comment about the trees. So the tree that, there's a tree right on the edge of the land. Let's see, that's not the one I want. Yeah, I don't really have it. So the tree, I should have that somewhere. Give me a second. Yeah, it's this tree right here. This tree right here is in this public right of way and is an oak. This is the one that did not get covered in the original presentation to the tree committee because we didn't realize we had to come down that far. Well, part of the reason is the town is requesting that we're paving the whole width of the right of way, or at least as much as we can. Right now, there's only about a 12-foot pavement, so we're paving that whole entire area, which means building some retaining over here. That more than anything is why that tree needs to come out, so that we can get that full width paved across there. I want to say that's the extent of my presentation. I hope that
Thank you.
clears the stuff up.
What I'd like to do now is find out from the planning commissioners whether they have questions on the plans in their packet. So this is not about discussion on the project, but more on questions to understand the project.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you for that terrific and detailed presentation. We don't usually get that, and that was really helpful to me. And that's, I just wanted to make that comment. My angst with this is this 15-foot wall, and that's an issue between two swales. I mean, to me, it's kind of hydrologically.
So no clarifying questions about that at this time then? No. Any other questions to clarify your understanding of the project? Not hearing any. Commissioner Gonzalez Parber has her hand up. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I have questions about the fire truck easement, or the access and the easement. I guess just to confirm, it sounds, or it looks like you had to get an easement, I guess, with your neighbor or from your neighbor in order to make that turnaround, that sweeping driveway into the new residence. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's an existing easement that was provided from the neighbor at 65. That's a recorded easement, and those documents were submitted as part of our application. There is also an easement that will be created, and there's a sheet in the set. I'm going to tell you which one that is. Sheet A1.0A. It's like the third sheet. And this is the sheet that talks about the proposed easement that will be provided by the property owners for the fire truck access and truck access. And that easement not only, so that easement is there to continue the access up from Spring Lane and continues it over to the unimproved right away, so that the fire truck can get out onto that in the event that one of these other undeveloped properties wants to build and construct a project. They can tie into the existing fire truck access that exists on John and Stacy's property, and they can build the new extend the road on to their property, as well as one of the things that we were directed to do was to make sure that our scheme would also accommodate and not obstruct the construction of the road from Spring Lane, the full length of the unimproved right away, so that just vehicular traffic could go. And there's a drawing. It's sheet C7. It's almost the last sheet in the set. And that sheet shows both the proposed driveway, and it shows a future right-of-way access road, how that would be built, how it would tie in. And there are some sections through that to show that the grading and all still complies with the standards.
And the existing easement is provided in your packet, the last 4 pages of your packet. Did you have More questions,
Yes,
Commissioner
thank you.
Gonzalez? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so that was actually what I was trying to find out, is whether we were showing, the future easement for the undeveloped lots. And so I was looking at C7 earlier, and I wasn't quite sure if it was showing up as part of the shaded area, or if it was insinuated with dashed lines. So I'll go back and look at that. But I think that's what I was trying to figure out, is if you were building it now, building that second access, or if it's just planned for the future.
Just planned.
Okay, so it's planned for the future. And is that written into a deed restriction? I'm just wondering, how does that get developed in the event that there is development in the future? Is there like any clause anywhere that would guarantee that?
So our project's responsibility, if you will, is to provide the access from the fire truck turn back out onto the public right of way. And so this easement that we have agreed to provide, and there's a sheet on that, so that's part of this approval. And basically the language in that is, if this project is approved at this level, then as part of our building permit application, we will provide a recorded easement that grants the connection and extension and access across this fire truck turnaround back out onto the public right away. Any future development that might happen in the unimproved right of way would be the sole responsibility of some other future property owner who wanted to build on one of those two undeveloped lots.
Okay, and I think that's great. The fact that you've identified and studied it, so we know it's possible, is great. Can you tell me about the materials for that fire truck access? So I was looking at the legend, and some of it was concrete, but I couldn't tell where the permeable pavers were, or if we had any coming up that steep driveway.
So the driveway and the fire truck access will all be paved with asphalt, and will be the grading, the subgrade prep, and all the conditions that are going to be required by the fire truck standards, because that's a pretty heavy load. That's just not a normal driveway. It's a beefed up driveway, if you will. So there won't be any permeable paving in the fire truck access and driveway area. The permeable paving is going to be the patio surfaces that show up on the architectural plans.
Okay. Okay, I might have some more follow-up questions, but I'll defer to the next. I think Mimi had some questions.
Thank you. Recognizing Commissioner Newton.
Good evening. Thanks for taking the time to answer these questions. I'm curious about the landscaping, and whether, I couldn't tell from the plans whether fencing is envisioned for any portion of the backyard. My reason I'm asking is because this abuts up against open space, and the Open Space Committee has spent a lot of time looking at wildlife corridors in Fairfax, and trying to make sure that there are free areas for the wildlife to pass through. And so I was wondering if you had plans for fencing, whether you were looking at fencing the perimeter of the property or maybe a backyard area. I don't know.
Do I still have my share on?
No.
No, it's not necessary. Let me just direct you to a sheet. I think A 1.0A again is a good one. That's an overall, it's a small scale site plan that shows the entirety of the property. And although we're not proposing any fencing at this stage, the house and its kind of immediate site improvements are all down in the bottom half of the lot. And I mean, this is as much, I think, a question to John and Stacy, but any desire to control an immediate area for gardening or dog control purposes would be just, I think, local to the house and not extend way up the hill. I mean, that hill goes, as you can see, it's several hundred feet above the house.
Thank you.
So,
Ms. Peoples, do you have any feedback? Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I do concur very much with what Doug is saying. Most of the vegetation, any kind of landscaping is going to be in the bottom portion of our lot. We like that it is open and wild and for the nature out there. So right now we do not have any plans for any kind of fencing at this point.
Thank you.
We've also been trying to clean up the perimeter of the property because years ago it was a dairy. We do find barbed wire and miscellaneous all over the lot. We try and clean it up as we go, but there are stakes and old fencing across that top perimeter and down the side as well from a long time ago. So.
Commissioner Newton, any other questions? You're muted.
Yeah, and then the other question I had to do with that tree number 34 next to the street. I know that it looks like the tree committee had requested that there be a one-to-one tree replacement for any trees outside the 100-foot perimeter. And I'm just wondering, would you add this as another tree to that replacement if we approve it?
Yeah, we'd be happy to do
Absolutely.
that. I believe, and this is something that I would sit down with Linda or Zoom with Linda to work out, but I think we probably have more trees, new trees than what was necessary per the tree committee recommendation. But we would certainly, I think, be happy to meet or exceed a 1-to-1 ratio on.
Thank you.
On that.
Without a doubt.
Commissioner Newton.
Back on mute.
I guess the sort of thing hanging in the back of my head is, preserving the open space. And, I don't think we've asked this of very many other people up in the who are adjacent to the open space. I'm not really sure, but we've talked about it with some of the people that have proposed properties in the open space about limiting the fencing of the property. And I was just wondering if there was a prohibition against fencing in that upper half of the property, if you guys would have concerns about that.
Okay, so not hearing any more questions about the project. Does any other planning commissioner have a question on the package?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber.
Yes, this is regarding the architecture. I really, really appreciate all the thoughtfulness that went into this design. It's very evident a lot went into this. It's a beautiful design. But I was looking at the height, the highest point of the house. And I understand, you explained it very well why you sloped the roof. But I was just wondering if you looked at anything else for that roof plane that would break it up, because it's just one plane, and the highest point was like 16 feet toward the rear. That's really tall. And you kind of see it, you really see it clearly when you look at detail 3 on A3.2. It's kind of an exaggerated example of where, I don't know, the proportions are, to me, are a little bit off. It's where the water closet is for the master. And it looks like, you know, it looks very extreme. But 16 feet is really, really tall. And I'm just wondering if you looked at other options, you know, maybe bending part of the roof, maybe with a ridge, maybe not midway, but somewhere along the way. So that's one question. The other question is, in looking at the floor plans, I'm not sure, looking at like the garage level on A2.1, detail 1, and then I look at the second level on A2.2, and it looks like the stairs are not really stacking it all, you know, so that it looks like the entry is really not, you know, when I look at your model, your 3D model, it's not in line with what I'm looking at on the plan. So I'm trying to figure out if that door is actually where you show it on the 3D model.
Okay, let me hit those two before you bring up any more. So on the plan, so if you start on the first floor and you come in on the front door, there's a few steps up to a raised landing, and that's just to start to minimize the amount of excavation.
Excuse me, can you tell us what plan you're referring to?
I'm
please, so
sorry.
we
I'm
all
sorry.
can
Yeah, I
refer?
thought I had to share on A2.1. So start with A2.1,
Mhm.
and the front door, you open the front door, and ahead of you will be 3 steps up. Those steps are, this is, you know, slab on grade, colored concrete, or some material, but it's all on a slab there. Those 3 steps up, and then you hit a landing, and you're going to turn to your left, and then this first flight of steps goes up. That first flight of steps, then if you jump to the next sheet, A2.2, which will be the second floor, those steps coming up would be in that view, will be the flight on the right side. And if you're looking at A2.2, the second floor plan, to the right or to the west of this flight of stairs, there's an open area that looks down into the space where the front door opens into. So the doorway is not setting under the stairs. The door is setting in this space that is to the right, to the west of the stairs. And then the stairs, so they're a double switchback. They go up one flight to hit the second floor, and then they stack right on top of them to get to the third floor.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
That's,
and then
yeah.
Commissioner Gonzalez, Barbara, to answer your question about the height, I think one of the things it's important to realize is the house is only 1 room deep at the 3rd floor. So if you look at A2.3, it, you know, it's not a deep house. Being one room deep, the climb, if you will, on the roof isn't that much, but also to understand why we have it high on that side. So the house, you know, it's still kind of forested up there, and the sun in the daytime is filtered through the trees that are upslope from the house. I mean, that slope goes way up, so there's filtered light coming down, and we felt that it was important to get some clear stories up high to grab that light and bring that light into the room. That's why it was designed that way. And I think the other consideration would be, these are the main spaces in the house. And because the shed roof goes up on that side, we can keep the low side of that down at like 8 feet. And that feels fine because it climbs on the other side. If it was going to be more like a gabled in, then you would want to raise the roof up in general to, I think, get the eaves. And it wouldn't, I don't think it would feel as natural on the site as this. But I think the fact that it's not that wide a house, it's only one room deep was a consideration on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber, did you have any other questions?
No, that's it for
Thank
now.
you. I do have a question. I'd like to know the height, the top topography height at the top of the ridge above the house or
Top
above the
of the
lot,
ridge.
and then the elevation height of the top of the building. In other words, as viewed from Deer Park, what is the relationship from the top of the ridge to the top of the house?
Well, our topographic map doesn't extend to the top of the ridge. Doesn't even get close. Let me see what I can comment on. Let's see, give me a sec here. So these are two. Okay, so.
Chair Rodriguez, if I might also comment, I was out at the site today with Planner Neal, and we were looking at that ridge. And if I had to guess, I would say certainly from the house location, we're looking at a couple hundred feet to the ridge line from the location of the development. And as the applicant noted, it's kind of in a bowl. So it's visibility from anywhere but the immediate neighborhood. I would say if you go 3 or 4 houses down the hill, you're not going to see, down the hill on Spring Lane, you're not going to see this development anymore. Just anecdotal.
So just checking the survey, I think the rear contours at the rear of the property will be somewhere between 65 and 70 feet above the ridge or high point of the house.
Thank you. Regarding the fire access, did you look at pulling the bulb down east on Spring Lane? In other words, I recognize that we have an easement on the adjoining property, but did we ever look at an alternative of moving it down, or it's too sloped?
Yeah,
it's too tight.
That's it goes down so fast. The further you get down, you're going to start digging up Spring Lane. You literally would have to substantially change the grading of Spring Lane, and that's going to affect driveways going into houses across the street. That we did actually study that quite carefully, and
so looking at C2, then it shows some physical improvements to the parcel across the street. So are you paving, are you widening the road at that point to make that width of that turn available? Or because it doesn't show on that existing residence. Oh, I guess it does. So are you widening it to touch the edge of that building, or is that a parcel line?
Right. So I think that question came up recently, and we've reevaluated that. We don't need to extend beyond the property line, and shouldn't. There's no reason to go over there. The reason that it's shown that way in that drawing on C2 was to get a full 20-foot wide paving across there. We have the ability for the inside radius on Spring Lane. So if you're going up, driving up Spring Lane, the left side, we can push it a little bit further over, not a lot. And I think we're going to be a good 19 feet wide and stay completely in the Spring Lane right away. We just recently looked at that, and that was a study. I wonder if my site
Okay,
plan-
so I think you've answered my question. You're not, you're going to try to study that, maybe not make that happen. I had a question on Plan A35, which is that retaining wall, because I'm very concerned about that adjoining property and what's going to be the resulting look and feel for that owner in that house. And so you've got this retaining wall, and then you say on here you've got a framed guardrail set back 18 inches from the retaining wall, top of rail to be 42 inches above the grade. So it sounds like you're building up to a 14-foot retaining wall. Behind that, 18 inches, you're going to have this 4.5-foot fence that you're going to build set back from that, I guess, so they don't fall over from their property into this lot. Then is that what's happening?
That's a code required guardrail, because anytime you have more than a 30-inch change in grade, you need a guardrail. So
I think I was trying to figure, okay, we've already got some language in here that's saying there's some cautions around building this retaining wall to within 15 feet of that existing home. And then you've got, so I'm already a little concerned about the construction methodology of even installing this retaining wall with the steel beam, the soldier piles, bomb, 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 bomb. You're constructing that within 15 feet of their home. Then you're building this, and then it's going to be closer to their home. What does all that do to even their driveway? When you look at the house, your neighbor, it's already kind of tight going in to their driveway, and then you're encroaching in it. So it all doesn't feel really good to me. And I'm wondering what your thinking has been around that, or what.
So, a discussion about addressing loss of landscaping in there hasn't really occurred with the neighbor. I'm not sure they've expressed a concern about that, but getting some shrubbery and stuff back in there ultimately is what is going to be necessary if they lose everything as part of this construction. The actual construction project, putting this wall in there relative to the house, that's a really minor project when you think about projects in San Francisco or, San Francisco. I've seen plenty of cuts that were 30 feet and deeper against the street or against adjacent buildings. So there are proper procedures to shore that up, and you do it in lifts, and you do it in a section, so you don't take the whole hillside out of there. But that should be done without any physical impact to the existing building whatsoever. Subsequent to that, getting whatever they feel they need in there from a landscaping point of view. That's not really been a part of our discussions at this point.
Or even, could you tell me, just from, building that type, just the noise implications of doing those borings, or the length of time that's going to take to construct? You have any sense of that?
So they're going to be drilled. You know what, John, do you want to jump in and comment on this? John's the owner, and he's a professional contractor himself, so he may have some thoughts on that wall. Do you want to comment?
Yeah, so, you would start out you'd have to start out with, obviously with tractors, you'd have to start the excavation, and then you'd want to drill in your piers, you'd want to have your concrete, and as you excavate down, you want to implement the shoring plan. So you shore up the hillside, and then you'd proceed with building the wall, backfilling it. As
So
far as
it's
the time,
actually drilling. It's not pounding like I was describing.
Exactly.
So it's a
yeah.
little bit gentler and
Mhm.
not as loud as I was articulating.
Yeah, yeah. You'll drill like a 18-inch pier, and these steel soldier beams are set down in that, and then that pier is filled with concrete.
Okay, thank you for that. On page A23, you've got the third floor decks and the bathroom windows. The deck, which is facing east, and I'm thinking about privacy right now of that neighbor, because on that property, they have no other outdoor space except for their outdoor deck. And this deck is going to look right on down and onto their only open space. Have you thought about that at all?
So Chair Rodriguez, the patio on the east end that's adjacent to the bathrooms on the third floor, is that the one you're talking about?
It's on the northwest corner of the third floor.
North.
And
west.
can I jump in? So are you talking about the outdoor space for 65 Spring Lane, Michelle? You talking about the existing house at 65?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out what address, where are the addresses that I could try to even,
Because 60, okay.
no, I don't think it's this, well, this, it's the,
Oh, it's the one below. Is that what you're thinking across the undeveloped portion of Spring Lane, the one that's down
is it,
below?
it's the 305A.
Yeah. 3, I think, on the street, 53 Spring Lane.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I knew what you were asking.
So, and then the distance between that patio and the patio at the end and the deck is it's pretty substantial, and there's some existing trees, and there's going to be new planting.
What is substantial? Do you know? Did you just measure it, or
Yeah,
because when I was standing out there, I could
can.
see everything pretty well.
Bear with me for just a second, because I'm going to open it up in my CAD program.
Well, maybe while you're doing that, I'll ask the next question, which is, can you provide the total amount of deck space that you have and the grading quantities associated to that? On Plan C1, it doesn't break out the deck area. It does break out the house, and it breaks out the fire, but it doesn't tell us area and grading for deck.
All right. That particular question, the grading quantities, is going to have to come from the civil engineer. I don't think it's on the, I don't think that breakdown is on C1, but let me look. C1, driveway, earthwork. If you were to look on sheet C1 at earthwork tables, the center table is for private improvements, and that is broken down into 3 subcategories: the residence and the garage, the driveway, the private portion of the driveway. So the driveway we got to construct, that's not necessary for the fire apparatus access. And then site grading. The site grading is essentially these patio areas. So there's 90 cubic yards of cut and 65 cubic yards of fill. I don't know if it includes any other site work, but there's not a lot more. So I think it's substantially the patios, the three patio areas.
Thank you.
And if I may, Commissioner Rodriguez, I know you were asking about the patio and the privacy of the neighbors. In our landscaping plan, on that wall there, we have oleanders that we plan to plant all along that site there that will provide a good privacy between our patio and the neighbors down below.
Thank you.
All right. And so a dimension from the edge of the deck, this is the living room deck, to the closest point on that downslope residence is 91 feet.
Thank you. I wanted to understand something about and maybe before I got off the architecture, I just wanted to say, about hydrology. I wanted to better understand what I think is happening in the Dave Olms geology is that on the figure 3, it shows this entire site within a watershed. And then in the Dan Hughes drainage report, it says there's not going to be any on-site retention, but that the water flowing from the downspouts, the hardscape, and the asphalt will go to the roadway. And so as I understand that, the on-site system will meet the volume requirements. But I think my concern is that the water that's going to be diverted from the construction onto Spring Lane, when it hits that curve going down the road, is going to flow off the road. And when you go up there, what you see is, I guess I was concerned about flooding downstream as a result of this. And had you thought about I live in the hill as well. And in front of all of our properties, we have little curbs that divert water from up the hill and keep it in the road. And I'm just wondering if anybody had talked to you about that versus just running off the road at the curve.
So a couple things to address that. The on sheet C3, which is the civil engineer's grading and drainage plan, one of the things that we're doing is a large runoff retention facility that is shown to the west of the house, and it'll be basically buried in the ground, and that's going to collect water off of the house and up any surface water, any patio water from the backside of the house, and that's all going to then go through this retention facility. So that'll slow down some of the water, the contribution of water out onto the public right of way. We also have several drainage facilities, collection facilities that we're showing, and one is halfway down that driveway. So surface water that's coming down there won't continue to sheet down the driveway and run out into Spring Lane. And we're taking that water down to the new edge of Spring Lane. Spring Lane is shaped and cupped in a way that water would stay on the what is that? That's the south side, as you're driving up on the left side. So we've controlled it to that point. I don't know that we've looked at it beyond as it comes down Spring Lane, but at that point, we've done things to control the outflow from the property and put it in a location there. That's what we've done so far, or at this point in the project.
Thank you. And then just the final question had to do with the Miller Pacific page
Oh,
3.
and I see, I'm sorry, Dan Hughes, who is our civil engineer, I see noted that he's raised his hand. Dan could probably talk to your last question.
Hi there, can folks hear me?
Yes, thank you, Dan. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, Doug elaborated pretty well. I don't know if I have too much to add, but we do, and apologize if I'm going to repeat things here. My name is Dan Hughes, DVC Group. I'm the civil engineer. We do have a storage facility there. So we are collecting a lot of the water. We are storing it, and we are metering the outfall. And then the pipe system downhill of that outfall is done. There's several things. One is we have a little notch out in the driveway that's directing the water to an inlet. So the driveway water is, all of that water is not going down onto Spring Lane. We're collecting it into our system. So only a small portion of the driveway water is going down onto Spring Lane. And then we're looking to outlet the water in the flow line of the our side of Spring Lane, and allow that water to maintain on that side of Spring Lane and not to cross over the street. If you look at the contours of Spring Lane, it doesn't flow across Spring. It kind of comes back onto the hillside, and there is an existing drainage pattern on this project side of Spring Lane, and we're proposing that the water would come down to an inlet at the edge of Spring Lane, and then it would spill out into that flow pattern, and it all would be metered flow. So I think we're taking measures to limit the amount of water that's coming off of there, and the intent is not that it's going to shoot out and shoot across Spring Lane.
Michelle, I don't think we can hear you.
Sorry.
Okay. Oh, we can't hear you again. Still can't hear you. Now we can. Now we can. Okay.
Final question. On the Miller Pacific, page 3, it refers to the title report, the property boundary, the topo surveys being misaligned. If you could kind of show us on the overall site plan, or just describe what is the misalignment? How much area are we talking about? Is it, where is it located, or does it conflict with, and I think staff actually answered me on this question earlier, and that's really the critical point, was that it's not going to be in conflict with setbacks or anything like that. That's really the critical point. So we don't need to get into a lot of detail. Is it just a small amount of area?
Yeah, it literally inches. There was two property lines that were inches different, and that's
okay.
all.
Thank you very much. That's really helpful. Okay, so now without seeing any other commissioner hands up, we will now go to the public. Any attendees in the audience who have any questions, if you could please raise your hand and we'll recognize you to answer any questions or to address the Planning Commission on this item. Recognizing Noel, it looks like Bowie, but I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing you incorrectly.
That is correct. Thank you. So I'm the resident at 53 Spring Lane, or 305A. And as far as the privacy, I'm sure the neighbors felt the same way when I built my house, looking down the hill. So appreciate the effort the people's put in with their landscaping plan to provide some additional privacy with landscaping. So thank you for that. I do have concerns with drainage off the property. right now it goes straight across the dirt road, the paper road, down that 19-foot wide strip on my property and into the drainage trough. And it runs pretty good when it rains up here. That drainage trough is degraded, has been for 15 or 20 years, way before they repaved the road, and that didn't help at all when they did that. So running that drain water off of that drain line that goes across to the new paved area. The paved area is certainly going to help. I clean out the pipe that goes under my driveway. Every time there's a big rain, I shovel out buckets full of gravel that's been run off the road and that kind of thing. So I think the paving of the road is going to help as that gets done, because we won't have the gravel anymore. So I appreciate that. And then I just want to know what the next steps are, and will there be an opportunity to have inputs as the design is done and revisions are done? Some of the information I was looking at, the packets that were provided, was different than the information I saw presented tonight. So I just wanted to find out if there would be opportunities to provide additional feedback as we go forward.
Maybe Linda can respond to that for clarification on any points.
So the design has been set. That's what's in front of you. And it should, we scanned the reduced set of drawings, so it should be the same as what the Planning Commission has in front of it. What's on the website? Did you look on the website, or were you shown something earlier?
It was from the website.
Then it should be the same. So the house design isn't going to change.
So not the house design, but the turnaround and the road design, the engineering, that.
So these are what are called preliminary drawings, right? So the construction drawings actually will detail how the construction's occurring, but it's still going to be in the same locations that you're seeing, in the same elevations that are shown on the drawings in front of you. I mean,
so he won't be notified that the construction package has been submitted, and he won't be at that point have an opportunity to comment on it, because once that's submitted, we're really checking it against building permit codes and so on, engineering standards, right?
Right. The neighbors don't get to give input on building permit applications, and that's the next step.
And
but I mean, it seems like the Peoples would be open to discussing things with you, but they're limited. They can't change the plans too much from what's presented tonight, because that's what's gone through the public hearing.
So unless his point is that somehow he's looked at the drainage standards and he's concerned that it doesn't adequately address his points, then he could have some recommendations for the conditions, or that's all he can do, really.
Yeah,
that's fine. I don't want to hold anything up here, and I will talk to the Peoples and address it that way, because they've been very cooperative.
I mean, maybe this would give you a comfort level. So they've given their preliminary drawings from their professionals. The town engineers professionals have reviewed the preliminary drawings, and their job is to protect the town and to protect the neighbors from drainage and slides, right? So they've reviewed all the preliminary information, and they believe that what's being proposed will protect the town road, you, neighbors across the street, and they will also be reviewing the construction drawings to make sure that, in between the preliminary and the final designs, that nothing goes awry, right? So their job is to protect the town and the neighbors, the town engineer. So it's an objective third review of everything. Is that
I'm confident in that response, yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Recognizing Frank Egger.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. I just have a few questions. I was up on the Lazzini property New Year's Day after the slide. So my question is, I have like 3 questions. Was this parcel originally part of the Lazzini estate? That's question number 1. And then I read the soils report, and it says this property is not likely to be affected by debris flow, landsliding, as occurred on the adjacent property. And the adjacent property, that's the old Lazzini homestead property, the main house. It also says, and looking at the landslide abundance map, is in category 4 indicating high potential for instability. So question number 2 is, did any of the massive slide that occurred there New Year's Eve in 2005, actually 2004, going 2005, did any of that slide blew through the Lazzini house spill over onto the proposed project site, or was the debris just dumped there? That's question number 2. And then question number 3 is, if this property was in fact split off from the Lazzini homestead property, does it have 60 feet of frontage on the public right-of-way, Spring Lane? Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. We can see from the easement that was granted on the property to the Peoples from that's included in the packet, in the back of the packet, the Harold Lazzini Trust is who granted this. So will Mr. Thompson or Ms. Peoples be responding to?
I can respond to the question. So yes, the property was sold to John and Stacy from the Lazzini Trust. The debris, so none of the slide occurred on this property. There was, however, some of the spoils from that were pushed over onto the property, and as part of the recommendations of the soils engineer, that material is being removed. It's not a lot, but it's coming off of the property. And what was the third question?
The amount of frontage.
Oh, well, so this property fronts a public right of way. It's 119, almost 120 linear feet of frontage on the public right of way. That is not Spring Lane. That is the unimproved right of way. But that is
An interesting point that he's bringing up there. Okay. Mr. Yeager, now that you got your responses, did you have any follow-up, or is that it at this point? Recognizing Mr. Egger.
Okay, so I was on the site with another Fairfax council member the morning after the slide. And we hiked that whole property and saw where the slide originated above the Lazzini house. And it blew out a huge section up there and came down and went through the house. We were out there with shovels trying to help Hal clean some of the mud out of the house, but it was impossible. It was way beyond our ability to assist up there. So I'm just concerned about the stability of that hillside behind the house. And that's one issue. The other issue is, the town has a code requirement, even though there are maybe some adjacent parcels that were originally subdivided with the Lazzini property. The town code still requires so much footage on a public street, not on some undefined easement or some unused easement, but a public street. The intent is to be able to get fire equipment in there, getting paramedic rigs in there, because in the future there's going to be issues, especially since it's in a wildland urban interface zone. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Linda should address the public frontage issue, because I don't think it's an issue since the final map is already recorded. Where did she go?
I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, so it does. So Spring Lane, as I described in my staff report, does this upside down Y. Part of the Y is improved, part of it is not. This does have frontage on the street, the dirt drive, the dirt road that's been extended up to the other two parcels. So it does have frontage on a public street.
But I think what I'm trying to raise is that, and maybe I'm speaking incorrectly, my understanding of the zoning code is even if they require a 65-foot width on a public right-of-way, the fact that we have final map that was recorded and is a legal lot
Right.
in some way preempts a subdivision zoning code that says you've got to have the 65-foot right of way because the lot is already created. We can't go back and say you've got to create a new lot that meets current code. That's what I was trying to get from you. Is that what Frank was raising? Is that issue? And that's why I'm saying it's a non-issue?
It's correct that it's already created in this configuration, but it does have more than 65 feet on that abuts a public roadway easement.
Okay. All right. Now this is the
Can
time.
I follow up on that for a moment, just so I'm sure I understand? The staff report indicates that there is a front setback for this development of 37 feet. And is that from?
That's from their front property line to the front of the house.
The front property line being on the developed portion of.
So the front property line fronts on the undeveloped portion of Spring Lane, right? The turning radius is too tight. So what they've done is they're sharing the driveway with 65 Spring Lane. They're taking access off of the developed portion of Spring Lane. But their frontage, most of their frontage, right, is on the undeveloped portion of Spring Lane. Or I should say the unimproved portion. It's a dirt road. It's a dirt fire road right now, right? But it's not paved. But it does have the required width on a public roadway easement. More than the required width.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. So this would be the time that the Planning Commission would discuss this application, identify any concerns, further ask staff any questions. Does anyone have anything they want to raise? I'm happy to raise them first, or would
Chair,
anyone...
are you closing public comment?
I am. Thanks for mentioning that, Cindy. I'm
Thank
closing
you.
the public comments. Thank you. Thanks for mentioning that. I'll go ahead and raise them since nobody else has their hands up at this time. Okay, so the first thing is that I don't think that this is exempt from CEQA. I think that this is not an infill site. I think that when you look at the CEQA law, the only way that there are certain criteria that a site can be exempted under CEQA. There's a certain definition of an infill site, and it says the site has to immediately be adjacent to parcels that are developed within qualified urban uses, or at least 75% of the perimeter of the site adjoins parcels that are developed with qualified urban uses. And qualified urban uses are fairly particularly defined in terms of total population of a municipality and so on. So I don't think the site is exempt from, and I think kind of, you know, even beyond that, what we have is an extension of a water line, extension of sanitary line, and an extension of the roadway, the creation of the fire turnaround, and potentially other developed lots beyond this site that does not have an existing environmental analysis to really hang its hat on. We've got a watershed that's running through here, an open space above it, and other, you know, the owl. So that's what I think. You know, that the cumulative build out of this area really needs to be looked at. I think that the material board that's provided, I think I'm a little concerned about the cedar, the use of the cedar. I think it's a little too light, but I would definitely defer to Esther on that because I think she's the expert on anything architectural. On the facade of this building, and just looking at it, you know, looking west at this, and it's a beautiful design. I think everybody's done a really good, this is a complicated project, is that I think it's a little bland on the right side and it's a little high on the right side. So the site goes down like this, but the building kind of goes up like this. So as viewed from the road, that thing's going to look really big, especially with the flat line. it's not a project killer for me, that part of it, but I think it's just a little tweaky. I am concerned still about drainage. I liked where the consultant, the drainage consultant started to talk, but I'm still, I didn't, he wasn't referencing topography plans and where inlets and kind of all of that. So I do trust the secondary consultants that we have as staff, but I know, because I live in the hillsides, how much flooding we get, and all of my neighbors get. And so if that's an example of what we think is good, it's not good. And so we've all had to take a lot of measures to protect our properties. And I could, even last year, well, I won't tell you, but I would like to just make sure the visibility to the neighbor and the landscaping is actually on the landscaping plan, because I didn't find a landscaping plan. And that was part of my confusion, that it went to the tree committee. The tree committee referenced, they had a couple of recommendations, and one was already brought up, the one-to-one replacement. I couldn't confirm that was actually in the landscaping plan. I saw a VMP plan, but I didn't see a landscaping plan, so I couldn't confirm the one-to-one. And they wanted the replanting done before certificate of occupancy. I didn't see that in the conditions. So that was, I'd like to confirm that. And then just finally, all of these decisions had different findings that we needed to make in order to approve this project. So I just, ultimately, when we get to some point of kind of agreement, I want to make sure that, we've got four or five different applications before us, and the Hill area residential on page 1 of the resolution is where your findings are. So this application has to meet all of those findings. The design review, the findings were on page 7 of the staff report. So whatever. When we finally get there, we'll make sure that everybody can agree to those, and then we're good. That was all I had. Commissioner Green.
Well, a very basic thing. Let me first say, I like the project. I think it improves the area in that it does provide for a fire department turnaround, which is a big deal, I think, for this area. But a basic problem is whether or not this project might be CEQA exempt. I must say I differ from the chair somewhat, because the exemption under 15303A applies to construction of new small structures or facilities, installation of new small equipment facilities, and conversion of existing small structures. And it includes apartments, duplexes, similar structures, and this is a small house. So I just think, and there's hundreds of cases, that you have to go almost back to look at to see whether this might comply or not. It seems to me it's very similar to many other projects that we do with WUI interfaces. The other thing I might say is this project points out a good reason to, we're going to talk about the ridgeline map briefly in a moment, but it's a part of my argument before, and I'm going to recant it, was we don't really need to have a ridgeline map that includes parts of the map that outlie Fairfax town, because we technically don't have jurisdiction. But this project shows why you need to have a broader map, so that, for example, here we have MMWD land right on the edge and a potential ridge area issue. So the mapping we're going to later is good. So I differ. That's all. That's my comment, really, is I differ from you about this CEQA. I think this would be an exempt project
And can you give me that code number again, please?
Well, it's in the report. It's 15303A and 15332.
Thank you. Any other comment? Oh, I recognize Commissioner Gonzalez Parber.
Okay. Yes, I think we need to confirm that this is not CEQA exempt or is CEQA exempt. I do want to go back to the roof line. I would like to see something happen with that roof line. I understand the concept of sloping up with the site, but I think it actually, to me, it kind of does the opposite. I think by creating a sheet, you know, like a kind of like a slide plane up, it actually makes the building look more massive, because it just kind of, it registers as the backside being the mass versus the front. I'm not sure, you know, it's not that wide of a building. I was looking at the floor plan and it's 16 or 17 feet wide plus the eaves. But I still think that if it can be lowered, I think you're still going to achieve the view, you know, the views, or, you know, get the views that you're looking for of the natural landscape if you dropped it down like 3 feet on the high end, or 2.5 feet. But where it really kind of is a concern for me is in the master bedroom area. And let me see if I can put this on video. You know, just looking at that water closet, which is like 3 foot wide and probably 16 feet high. I don't know if there's any way to break up the plane and kind of, I don't know if I can show you this way, but, you know, to kind of do this a little bit where you, I mean, there's like a natural, without telling you how to design your, you know, your building, but there seems like there's a natural break where the stair tower is, where you could maybe lower the back side over the master bedroom, so that you don't get those really, really high, narrow rooms in the back. And I think you would still have a lovely master bedroom. So, you know, that's up to you how you address it, but that still is a concern for me. I would like to see something done about that to address it. The other comment Michelle brought up was the cedar. And I was actually going to ask about that because I believe the architect talked about staining the cedar siding, but then I think I got all the samples of the color sample printouts, and it does look pretty blonde on the color sample handout that I got. And so I do agree. So I wanted to make sure I understood, if it isn't stained, I think it does need to be stained to kind of, you know, match the site a little bit better, or, you know, it's not like the neighbor is really close by, but if it is stained, as the architect mentioned, I think that would help. And I think, oh, and just one last thing, which I didn't ask, and maybe this is something that gets handled at the permit, building permit phase, but, you know, talking about drainage and erosion control during construction, this is something that's come up before in the past where, you know, you're going to start removing trees and you've got this slope and you're building the fire truck access, which has to get built first before you build the house. And if there is no erosion control, I guess, measures plan, then I just want to go on the record that I believe that there should be something during construction, of course, guessing at what the construction schedule is. Linda, is that something that gets addressed at the building department
That's
level?
required. It's a required submittal for the building permit.
Okay, so they'll have the, so
That you
that
can plan where you're going to put your rolls and where you're going to put all your runoff controls.
So we don't need to see that in our package. That's handled. by the building department.
Right.
Okay. All right. So those are, I think then it just kind of brings it back to the two issues in terms of design is the cedar wood siding and then the roof. I do think we need to, for me to be comfortable with this design. I mean, it's a beautiful design. I think everybody's done a great job, but it's too tall for me on the backside.
Thank you. Any other commissioner? Commissioner Swift?
Okay, I'm supportive of the project and the design as it is in the plans. From a design review aspect, and first, this lot is very sloped, and so they've taken the house and set it down in the front and left most of the lot alone, and we'll have a lot of landscaping there. But I think from a design review perspective, I'm fine with the third floor roof line as it is and the height of the back, considering the slope of the lot. I think the external aspect to the building is varied with the cedar. You look to the left of this property, and there's one that's totally brown. There's one across the street that's yellow. So I think having the cedar in there, the design of the house. As far as the excavation permit, we've talked about because of the slope and the fire truck turnaround, a lot of that is due to that. So I'm supportive of that. The tree permit, I'm supportive of the tree permit as it went to the tree committee, and then the need, unfortunately, with that oak in the front to take that out because of the fire truck requirements. The hill area residential, this design preserves as much of the natural beauty of the lot as possible. And again, considering the slope and the narrowness of this lot. And the retaining wall height variance, again, that's because of the roadway to the house and the need of the fire truck access. So I'm supportive of that as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Fregoso?
Thank you. I'm also supportive of this project. I have to say that this is one of the finest set of plans that I have seen for such a complex development. Complex not because the house is elaborate or extravagant in any way, but because of the road construction essentially and the location of the property. While it is in the hills, it's nestled amongst 20 other houses on that hill, and I think it is complementary to everything else that's there. The road improvement, I was concerned initially about the height of that 15-foot retaining wall. However, as I read on, that was the bare minimum required by fire in order to be able to get their truck up there. I think the improvements to the roadway and for those parcels is phenomenal. And these owners have gone above and beyond what we've seen anyplace else. I'd like to later on talk about how this kind of process can be incorporated into some development standards, but I digress. I don't have a problem. At first I thought it was really dark the dark brown. But in looking at other houses there, it's all dark, and the earth kind of undulates all around it, and I think it makes the house blend in very to the natural landscape. It isn't something that sticks out like a sore thumb. I don't have a problem with that 16-foot wall. That's the bedroom wall, I guess. I think the 8 feet on the other side is a little bit low. If anything, I would bring up the 8 feet and leave the 16 feet on one end. I'm terribly impressed with, I looked at the drainage plans closely, and it seemed to me that this is a huge improvement over what is there, not only because of the roadway configuration, but because of all the swales and retention areas that they have distributed throughout their property, certainly around the house. I believe they say there would be no, I believe they indicate they capture all the water, all the runoff that comes from the property, which comes from uphill for them. I was also, just the detail of the plans I thought was beautiful. The self-guided photographic tour with the map and the directions, the different houses, that was very helpful. I also was very impressed with the landscaping that was kept to a minimum, so we can appreciate the land itself. And they have one of the finest tree plans that we've ever been presented, where there is an extremely clear and concise, with the exception of the one tree that came up afterwards, indicating the location of every single tree on their plans, with a complete listing of, in most instances, trees that are required by fire to be removed. But they have indicated all of those. Mr. Thompson indicated they're willing to do a 1-for-1, if not more than that, replacement. Again, I find the landscaping very appropriate to maintain the character of the hillside. I don't have an issue with views. I believe this sits in a swale, as everyone has said, and well below the first drop and re-rise and extension of that greater hill behind them. The CEQA issue, I'm not an attorney. I don't know. It was my assumption that this is an infill property that would be exempt from CEQA. I would suggest that if people need more clarity on that, or on any other roadway issues, that given the late hour and other items that we have, that we might continue the project. However, I find myself supportive of it. Thank you.
I actually, if it would help people, I have pulled the CEQA exemption that I used, and I have it on my screen. I can share it with you. I can also share the definition of urban from the census.
And actually, I will withdraw my comment because I just read a 5:30 comment from staff, and I just heard from the applicant that this site used to be a dairy. It's already got sewer and water. There was already, on the northeast corner, there used to be the Sky Ranch, which was a horse stable and structures. So I'm going to withdraw my concern. And so I think we could put that to bed. Commissioner Newton, comments, please.
Thanks. I really appreciate everybody's comments. I wanted to point Commissioner Chair Rodriguez to the planting plan at A 1.3A. And then the sheets after that, I think I tend to agree with Commissioner Fregoso that I thought these were very detailed. The vegetation management plan, the tree plan, I don't know, it's in there. I also wanted to comment on something Commissioner Green said about the ridge lines outside of the town, and I agree with you. It's interesting because when you look at the map that's attached to the next item on our agenda, Visual Resources Map number 9, you see in the corner is the town boundary there, and the yellow is the Sky Ranch property. And you can compare that map to the soils engineers map in figure 3 of attachment C in our packet, and see where the soils engineers map of where the slide occurred. And you can see the town boundary, and I think that might be the town boundary up there. And if you look at the area in blue is the watershed on that map in figure 3, and it goes all the way up more than enough. If you look at the grades on that map, you can see that it's a significant distance down from the ridge where the location of the home is slated to be. And when you compare it to our Visual Resources Map number 9, you see that really the ridge line is not to the south that needs to be looked at. It's the one to the west of the property where Sky Ranch is. And so, but I agree with you because we have other issues in the northern part of the town and on the north side of Sir Francis Drake that I do agree necessitate looking at the ridge lines outside of the town boundary to see how far in terms of our ridgeline scenic corridors certain parcels are. But with respect to the CEQA issues, I'm really not expert enough, and I would like to see what Linda had to share with us about that. I may not have followed Michelle's reason for withdrawing that comment closely enough. I like the design. I agree with Commissioner Fregoso about the color and how it tends to sort of meld into the hillside there. I have concerns about the tree not being part of the tree committee's decision. But at the same time, I think that tree is doomed regardless of, unless of course we denied this application, which I really would not want to do because I think it's a well-designed thing, and I don't see enough reasons at this point to head towards denying it. But I do want to, if we do continue this matter, I would want the tree committee to weigh in on that tree. I would want the public actually to give the public more of an opportunity to weigh in on that tree. I realize they've had an opportunity tonight to weigh in on that tree, but at the same time, I think there's a little bit different notice when you're walking by a property and there's that orange ribbon around that tree instead of it being mentioned in a staff report. So the findings for design review, I agree wholeheartedly that we need to go through those findings and confirm that we agree with them. So thank you for bringing that up. And, you know, I guess I'm on the fence, as it were, with the drainage. Again, when I look at that watershed map and I look at the contours of the watershed in this area, I'm not sure that I'm convinced that there's concerns about the drainage that haven't been answered. But those are my thoughts. Thanks.
All right. Thank you to everybody for your thoughtful comments. What I'm hearing, I'm going to try to summarize what I think I'm hearing, and that is that we did have 2 commissioners who had concerns about the wood color and the roof slope, but that was not supported by 4 other commissioners. The rest of the project, I think there is enough support. What I do want to, again, make sure with staff is that the resolution that was modified, it was actually sent this evening to the property owner, and I'd like to hear on the record from the property owner that she's seen the revision. She has no concerns with that. Linda, did you have a chance to send that to the property owner?
I did email it to them.
Thank you. And so I'd like to then ask Ms. Peoples if she received that email with the changes in the resolution and whether she has some concerns. Ms. Peoples, you're now elevated to be able to speak.
Thank you very much. I did receive it. I honestly have not had a chance to fully review to see the revisions. If you give me just a moment, I can look for the red lines.
Yeah, why don't you take a moment to do that, because it will take us some time. It begins on condition number 56, essentially around the spotted owl, and then 57 on the drainage improvements, which you may want somebody else to look at. But I'll let you take a moment to think about that. And
Thank
I
you.
want to come back then to the Planning Commission, looking at the resolution. Some of the things I think we still need to talk about a little bit, and I'll get to you in just a minute, Commissioner Swift, but some of the things I'm hearing that we're still needing to talk through, I'm hearing a majority of people who are in support of the application, but the things I think we're still needing to talk about, and just things I've heard, and maybe you all can tell me whether we need to do something with these. One is the 1-to-1 tree committee planting by the close of certificate of occupancy, whether that's in there or not. The fencing limited to around the house and to the landscaped area, referencing Plan A10A. The loss of landscaping on the adjoining property, the grant deed for future access across the lot. So I made notes of those, and then there are a lot of other changes that I just physically have noted in the resolution. So I'll stop talking now. I want to recognize Commissioner Swift. I for sure want to see if anybody else has anything to say. Commissioner Swift.
So to Commissioner Newton's comment about that last oak tree, my understanding is the reason that tree committee didn't see that is the tree committee actually had this application come before them, I believe, in February of last year. And since the time it went to them, there was a change as far as the fire truck access that then meant that tree needed to come out to enable that fire truck access. And that tree does have a ribbon around it, so it has been identified at least that way. So I just wanted to speak to that. I can speak to Chair Rodriguez's comments after.
Could I just,
Neil.
yeah, could I just also interject that I've spoken with the person that sets the agenda for the tree committee, and the March meeting is, the agenda is already closed. So that
No,
maybe the
I
fourth.
don't think it's necessary to go back at this point. I mean, I think we should recognize and hear Newton unless there's a majority of people who want to continue it. I just think it's really,
Well,
there's no way to save it.
I
There's,
wanted
mean,
to
the only
let
thing,
her know how long it would put it out, because that would mean it would be on the tree meeting in April, which would put it on your next meeting in May. So that's a pretty long delay just because of the way the meetings fall.
Yeah,
Right.
that's unreasonable.
Okay, so I hope that my conclusion of where we are with this project, we agree to that. If that's true, then really we need to hash through the resolution, unless we feel like we do want to continue it, unless staff work on the resolution and come back and then go to the tree committee. Those are really two options. That's not typically what we've done. If we feel like we can hash through, first of all, I guess I'll begin with, I raised those 4 issues. Does anyone want to start a stab at other issues that they might have in the resolution, or even staff? I brought up those 4 issues. Where would those items go, or are they already in the resolution? And I missed it. And I'll bring it up again, Linda. They were the grant deed for future access across the lot. Is there already a condition that addresses that? Linda, you're muted, sorry.
I don't believe we made that a condition, but a good place to just add the conditions, right? Is
Yeah,
just at the end. Any new ones can go after 58.
Okay. Okay, and then what about loss of landscaping on the adjoining property? Don't you have a landscaping one here? Loss of landscaping on the adjoining property. If you've got an existing landscaping one, we'll just tack it on there.
No, I think there's only a section about any further tree removal.
Okay, so then we'll grant deed. So it would be more on, okay, so that's like 59, 60 loss of landscaping on adjoining property. So we'll have to come up with some lane. See, we should not be taking time at the agenda to be figuring this out, but 101 tree committee planning and close of escrow. So that, I mean, close of occupancy, that would be the tree recommendations. That's like another one. And then the fencing limited to around the house. What about anyone else who had any comments? Maybe before we go, we better get back to the property owner and just hear from her if she has any concerns before we decide that we're going to hash through this resolution. Because if she's got concerns, we're automatically going to continue the item.
Hello. Yes, I have had a chance to review, and we are fine with the additional condition, the red line.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Okay.
Of course. Thank you.
Commissioner Newton had her hand raised, and then Swift.
Okay, so starting on the excavation permit section, the first reference to the.
Can you give us a condition? Oh, yes. Okay. Page 2, excavation. Okay, I'm sorry.
2, paragraph 8, the reference to the architectural plans. I tried to go through this with a fine-tooth comb, Linda, because I don't think they're, well, whatever. A1.1, I think, is dated 1/27/21. And I think you're pulling out the ones with that later 2021 date and putting them in a separate reference or something. It looks like all the ones in the first line and a half are supposed to be dated 10/16/20. Am I wrong about that?
A1, 2. Okay, so my set, in my set, sheet A12 is dated, has a last revision date.
No, A1.1.
So she's saying on your resolution, page 2, item 8, referencing the way that it's worded, architectural plans, your first line, that whole list of ones appear to refer to dates 10/16,
Right.
and then the third line, yeah. So she wants to move A1.1, which is on line 1, down to line 3, which would be 1/27/21.
Well, my A1.1, the last revision date is October 16th, 2020. There, I have a bunch of revision dates. There's January 2020, 2 in January 2020, then a May in 2020, and then an October 2020.
What's the one in our packet, Mimi? Is Mimi saying it's 1/27/21 in our packet? So that would be the one that we'd be referring to.
But this should be an objective fact that we should be able to confirm as we sit here today, since we all are reasonable people. So I'm gonna look at mine again. A1.1. All right, yeah. I don't know why I kept. All right, I'm insane now.
God, it's hard to. It's really.
The next one that caught my eye for some odd reason was A1.4 listed twice. And I think the second one should be A14A.
Oh, yes, you're right. Okay, sorry about that. I tried to be so careful, but I get interrupted all the time. Okay.
I apologize because it was driving me a little crazy. And then we have in paragraph 9 references to findings, which are then followed by paragraphs 10 through 16.
Oh, yeah. Those should be like A, B, C instead. Is that what you were going to say?
Yeah, like 10 through 16.
Yeah, it should be A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
And your 17 becomes 10.
Right, got it. So I'll fix that numbering.
And yeah, under the first whereas clause on page 3, on paragraph 4, the applicant shall prepare and file with the Public Works Director a videotape of the roadway conditions. Doesn't say when those roadway conditions need to be videotaped. And I thought there was more standard language that we have about submitting that videotape prior to construction beginning. Am I wrong?
No, it has to be done before he issues the building permit. The building official won't issue the building permit until the road's been documented.
So we have in paragraph 2, for example, prior to issuance. Oh, so maybe this is the same thing where paragraph.
Maybe that's supposed to be an F.
And
yeah, I think that's supposed to be F under number 3.
Well, are all these things supposed to be done prior to the issuance of the building permit? 3, 4, 5.
Paragraph 2 ends with shall colon, and paragraph 3 ends with the following colon. So
I think it's okay to make them all through number, let's see, prior to the building, so the applicant should secure it.
Seems to me what is now 2 can be left, but 3 then becomes maybe A, and A through E maybe become small 1 through 5. And then it goes on with 4. Is that perhaps how it should be?
I think it's actually through H. I mean, through 6. Because the foundation and retaining elements have to be designed by the structural engineer prior to issuance of the building permit, right? That's number 6. So that would be H, right?
No, it would be
So 3,
if,
4, 5, and 6 becomes A, B, C, and D under 2 then.
Right.
So
Okay.
let me interrupt you.
Mm,
So
okay.
under the whereas, we have a paragraph 1, a paragraph 2, and underneath paragraph 2, we have an A with a small 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
See, this becomes a problem for me later because then I have to try to make sure the resolution is right when I'm signing it. And so all of this is not helpful. I mean,
Sure,
in terms of,
copious notes are being taken, and you
I'm
can.
not taking copious notes.
It's just,
I
it's logically correct, though. You'll see that it's logically correct. It'll just fall in place when you look
Okay.
at it.
Okay. Mimi.
So 7 would become number 4. Does everyone agree with that? Oh, no, I'm sorry. 7's going to be HI. See, that should all, the grading, all the plans are supposed to occur before. No, see that.
I would
Right.
recommend you have a paragraph 1, a paragraph 2A, A1 through 5. 4 is B, 5 is C, 6 is D, 7 is E. And now 8, I would almost say it already says prior. So 8 would be your new paragraph 3.
Yeah, that makes sense. B, C, D, and E, and then 8. Okay. That
Very good. This is what you get with automatic paragraph numbering.
Well, it's
Kind of issues. No, it's not you, it's Microsoft.
yeah.
Okay.
Then, okay, I'm sure the dogs are going to start up again any second now. So down to what was currently numbered paragraph 11.
The 165, yeah.
Yeah, that should be 65 Spring Lane there.
Yep.
Okay. Under paragraph currently 14.
What page, Mimi?
Sorry, I don't have page numbers.
5. Page 5, number 14.
I'm on page 4.
You're on page 4?
Yeah. What was paragraph 14?
Does
Yes.
it start with 3 copies of the landscape tree?
Yes.
Okay, so that's on page 5, condition
It's on page 4.
number 14. Okay, go ahead. She doesn't have page numbers.
Why do you not have page numbers?
Maybe the way she printed it, I don't know. So as we're going here, it would be good if there was any other changes that people had. As an example, on the whereas number 1, page 3, we need to add the material board. And on the, add to that same list of documents that are approved, the tree committee approval of 20-T-09, which is their reference number. And now we're on page 5. It'd be good as we're going through pages, let's just all do it instead of maybe doing one and somebody else doing another. So Mimi's already passed page 1, 2, 3, 4. Does anybody else have comments on any of those or any changes on those?
Yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner Green.
Okay, I would like, so in that same section where we're talking
Which
about what
section?
reports, whereas 1,
Okay.
Yes.
okay, where we're talking about what reports and plans are part of this project. Well, I think it would be good to add some of the language from Dave Olness' report specifically, where he said it would be well to replace the existing dilapidated walls on the property, vertical cut banks along the old line. Those
And
descriptions,
so
on-site dispersal of stormwater.
on top of
You don't have to
page
maybe add
4,
much is
his
often
report
required.
is referenced. So there would be no need to reiterate it because his recommendations are included in the report. Do you agree, Linda Neal?
Yes.
Okay, so go any other changes then to pages 1, 2, 3, or 4? Anyone?
And then I had another, no, not on those pages.
Okay, going back then to Commissioner Newton, she's on page 5 and she was looking at condition 14 regarding landscape tree inspection.
The last sentence of the first paragraph says, before equipment mobilizations, delivery of materials, tree removal, or site work, following installation of tree protection fencing, during soil excavation or work potentially affecting protected trees, and a final site inspection. And I just don't even find a verb.
Yeah, okay, so that, so that's because they were separated out in the staff report, so I can number them. Those were the titles of the different inspection periods that I wanted to occur. So if I put numbers, if I say 1, so they're supposed to do the inspections, 1, before equipment mobilizations, delivery of materials, 2, before tree removals, they're supposed to look at it, right? They're supposed to look at it. 3, following installation of the tree protection fencing, right, is 1 inspection. 6, they're supposed to be there during the excavation to make sure nobody blows it. And then they're supposed to do it. 7, a final inspection once all the work is done to assess the health of the trees. Does that work? Okay.
Well, number 5 is the final. Yes, that does. Okay, thank you for getting that, Mimi. Going on then to page 6 of the resolution. Anyone have any changes on page 6? Norma, you're muted.
Working on, okay. Can we backtrack to number 15 on page 5?
Yes, go ahead.
This says, if required, it has to go back to the tree committee to get a permit. Do they still need to get that permit?
No, we're saying if like during construction, any of the trees that you've covered tonight, additional trees have to come out. Like let's say during construction, there's a storm, one of the trees.
So we'll add the word additional on the first line prior to the removal of any additional trees not approved by the Planning Commission, and that will address that.
That makes sense then.
Thank you. Okay, any bit changes on page 6, Commissioner Newton? You're muted.
Apologies. Paragraph 15, what was paragraph 15 again with all the A, B, C's, and D's? It appears that there is more things that are lists that look like sentences.
Does 16 repeat 14?
Yep.
16 is a better version of number 14. I'm not sure if it includes everything in 14, but it seems to be similar.
Linda, you're muted.
Yeah, so it was getting kind of hectic here. I think we could just leave the first part of it. We want 3 copies of the landscaping plan. So the first sentence stays, the second sentence comes out because it's covered on the next page in 16A through D. Those were the inspections that I want to make sure get done by the arborist.
So we're deleting everything about the arborist shall perform?
Yes, but we're keeping
14 in 14.
Yeah, we're keeping the first part about the 3 copies of the landscape tree inspection.
All the way through, all recommendations included in this report shall be conditions of the project approval, and then keeping number 16 as written.
Right.
Thank you. Good catch, Commissioner Fragoso. Commissioner Green.
Yeah,
we're on page
just
6.
briefly on this tree thing. Are we going to have a condition that removal of trees not approved, would be replaced on a 1-to-1 ratio.
We added that as condition number 61, and we haven't gotten there yet. So I'll repeat it when we get there because we added it at the end.
Okay, I just wondered if maybe that was a good spot.
Anything on
61, fine.
plan page 7, I think under 19, prior to issuance of the occupancy permit, we should add the tree committee recommendation that the landscaping be installed or something.
Okay. Am I muted?
So that would be, I guess, a C.
Well,
go ahead.
Do you think so they made a recommendation to you. Do you really want to reference it, or you just want to say there shall be a 1-to-1 replacement for the trees that are removed?
That 1-to-1 is not here. What they said was that the landscaping need to be installed prior to occupancy.
Oh, okay. I thought someone was referring to some kind of 1-to-1 tree
He
replacement.
was, but that's going to be added as condition number 61.
I have a question for staff on that. Is that normal that we would require all the landscaping to be put in before
Yes.
the occupancy? Okay.
Yes, because otherwise we don't get it.
All right.
Inspect the irrigation system and make them turn it on, because
all right.
Otherwise
Got
it
it.
doesn't happen. I shouldn't say never, but a lot of times it doesn't happen.
Okay, so no other changes on page 7. There's a conflict with condition 20 and on owls, and page 11, condition 58. 158 says construction is prohibited February to July 31. Condition number 21 says October 1 to April 1st. So there's an overlap.
For different reasons, though. 20 has to do with excavations, whereas the owls is any type of construction, so they should be two separate.
Yeah, the excavation is during the rainy season, so it's a different section of the code and the dates are different.
So there is not a clock. There's not a conflict then, because in my mind, what you just said would be excavation would be allowed during the overlapping time for the owl between the period of February.
Excavation would be allowed from October to April if there is no issue with the owls.
If there's no
there being an issue with the owls, then they would not be able to excavate from the first.
So it's not a conflict then?
No.
They're two separate conditions,
Any
but they
other
have to be tracked
on page
separately.
7 then? Thank you for pointing that out, Commissioner Newton.
So I don't know what pages you're on, but the paragraph that has the damages to the public portions, I just want to make sure that those are the roads we're talking about, Spring Lane.
Does anybody know where this is?
What number are you
She doesn't
talking
know
about?
because her printout isn't.
Where it is.
Where is it?
3.
Do you have a general title?
Any damages to the public portions of Spring Lane, Myrna Avenue, Creek Road, or other public roadway used to access?
It's on page 8.
Oh, she's moved to page 8. It's condition 23.
I don't know what I'm looking at that's different from what you guys are looking at.
It's okay, but say what the change you wanted.
So I'm just asking, Linda, are the streets referenced in that paragraph?
Yeah.
Spring Lane, Myrna Avenue, and Creek Road.
Creek Road.
The
Yes.
ones we are, okay.
Creek Road.
Thank you. Any
Yeah,
other
that is
changes
Creek.
to 8 or 9, pages 8 or 9?
The next paragraph, there's a reference to the design review board, which we should probably remove.
Why would we remove it?
Deleting on condition 24, line 7, design review board. No other hands raised on page 8 or 9, going on to pages 10 and 11.
I thought the design review board language.
But don't we
got
act as
modified.
design review board? We do the design review.
But planning commission is already listed. We are not design review board.
You
We're
know,
already
I'm
listed.
a little
Oh, okay.
but you know what? I'm a little hesitant to take anything out of that because that was written by the town attorneys. So I don't. I mean, you do act as the design review board, and the language in the code says that you are acting as the design review
Yes.
board when you're
That's my
reviewing.
understanding. Otherwise, we would not be able to issue a design review.
It would be good if the language was technically changed a little bit, but, you know,
Let's leave it
I
in
don't think it's
now.
subject to any kind
Okay.
of misinterpretation this way.
Going on to
It doesn't hurt
pages.
to leave it.
Okay, we'll leave it in.
And staff can check with the legal counsel.
On pages 10 and 11, any changes?
I have 11.
Go ahead, Commissioner Swift.
55.
Item 53.
Yes.
It should, it references Bay Road. So I'm asking staff if that should reference Spring Lane.
My condition 53 does not reference that.
Yeah, mine doesn't
Road.
either.
So page,
53 says the
page-
driveway improvements shall be
54.
completed.
It's 54.
no, page. Okay, 54.
Yeah.
Road closures shall be noticed.
Yes.
Spring Lane, it should say Spring Lane, condition
Got it.
54,
Message received.
deleting Bay Road. Mhm.
I had a
Okay.
couple before that.
Yes.
I did too, actually.
Commissioner Newton and then Commissioner Fregoso.
And I want to delete condition 55, which shouldn't be in there.
Deleting condition 55.
That's a flag person shall proceed. any
Commissioner
vehicles-
Newton.
Right.
Not
Oh,
hearing
scenic and
Commissioner
circumspect.
Newton.
Okay, my copy, and it just seems different from the ones that you guys, well, if you have like
Get it.
different numbers and everything. The Ross Valley Fire Department has a number on mine, and I think that's,
Oh my goodness. I can't even explain how that would happen, why you would have a different.
this
That's
here's
page 9.
it was
Page 9.
number
Page
20
9.
in mine. I don't know.
Which
Oh,
condition?
you're right.
Valley Fire Department is
Okay.
number 29.
Oh, I see. So we're deleting the header of Ross Valley Fire Department, which is supposed to be in
No, the
bold.
number 29.
I understand
Why
that. I'm
doesn't
just saying
mine
for the record.
have?
On page 9. Okay, thank you. Anything next?
And it may be that I'm printing with a,
No, I get it now.
No,
That
it's an error.
got it. Okay.
Does that change the numbers? It changes the numbers then
Yes, it
going
does.
forward.
Yeah, we're gonna
Yes.
fix all the numbering.
Okay.
fucked to start with.
Can go ahead, Mimi.
My number 36 might be your number 37.
It's okay. Just read it.
It
Read it.
says all vegetation within the 30-foot zone shall be irrigated, and I'm wondering if that's the 30-foot zone around the structure.
It's the defensible space zone.
Yes.
Yes.
Around structures to that to make that clear.
But doesn't
Yes.
fire department preclude any plantings within that zone surrounding the house?
Not the 30-foot zone, no.
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Just immediately around the house.
Okay, go ahead, Mimi. If everybody else could mute yourself, please, except for Mimi.
The next paragraph says no tree shall be removed without the approval of a tree removal permit.
Let's delete that one because we addressed it in the previous
That
condition.
was also my concern. Thank you.
And then in paragraph 48, right before Ross Valley Sanitary District, all of the district's rules and regulations in effect at the time services requested must be complied with.
Got it.
And I think that's it. I'll let you go with your 58, 59, or whatever the
Right.
number. Oh,
Okay, Commissioner Fregoso.
I just thought of something that is a bit of a wrench in the procedure, but this is new construction. And we're looking at new council as apparently approving the new electric codes for new construction, requiring use of electric versus gas. And I think we should include solar. We never asked, obviously, I believe the gentleman said this was shaded quite a bit by the uphill trees. They may not be appropriate for solar. Maybe we can't at this time even ask them if they would consider going electric, since it is a whole new thing and ultimately they would save money. But it may be too late for that. Maybe we let it go for now.
Okay, so, whew, and then we had the 4 other items regarding fencing, the tree committee, one-to-one, and the loss of landscaping on the adjoining property, and the grant deed for future access, access
that-
across the lot.
That actually is in there. I found it when we were going through page by page.
Where is it?
Find it again.
I was looking for where is it, and I forgot what is it I was looking for.
What I meant to say is it's number 10. If approved and prior to issuance of the building permit, the owner shall provide access easements across APN 2-17405, which is the project site, for all applicable utility agencies, the town of Fairfax, and the owners of the 2 parcels to the east. And then I list the 2 parcel numbers.
Okay, I wanted to get your help, Linda, then on the landscaping on the adjoining property. I was bringing that up, but really the property owner wasn't present to really say, I have a concern that they're doing this retaining wall and whatever. So, so I would really like to put this in here as some negotiated item really between the 2 property owners. I mean, I feel like, maybe.
I think maybe we could word it like this. The owner shall work with the neighboring property owner to come up with a landscaping plan for the area between the safety railing and the house at 65 Spring Lane. And it shall be submitted to the planning director for approval prior to issuance of the building permit. I can tell you that the owner, we required, because part of the project goes on the neighbor's property, he had to actually sign the application form. So he's fully aware of, he's seen the drawings, right? But
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's a good opportunity. All right. So we've made a significant number of changes to the resolution here. And I want to also note that we, with the handwritten changes that I have on this resolution, I've also added the changes that the staff sent us later today, which we didn't talk about as we were going through, but we should be incorporating as we go. I guess the property owner would have an opportunity to appeal this decision. And the only thing that I missed in my write-up was all of the changes at the very beginning. So I hope that somebody's going to be able to right now make a motion, Mimi, make a motion to be able to bring us to conclusion on this item. And then we're going to take a 10-minute break. And I know Ben's not going to like that, but we have to do it. Commissioner Swift.
I have a question because you brought up some items that you wanted to add on here that we haven't discussed as far as the language of those. So perhaps we need to do that before we go with the resolution.
I thought my items all got addressed, and the only thing that was kind of questionable was whether this resolution included the findings that were necessary as well as the sequel reference. But other than that, I thought my issues were addressed.
So other than what we just, you have no additional changes?
I don't.
All right. Works for me.
Mimi, are you going to save us and be able to do it? I'll do it if I did my best at writing what I could. And then you can come in and backfill it. You want to do that?
Well, I can take a stab at it. I have another question. that pertains to one of your comments, and I apologize. But we had discussed the findings that are necessary for both the Hill Area Residential Development and the design review findings. And maybe Linda can help me narrow down where those currently are housed in this reso.
So well, they're not housed. If you look, that's one of the points I was raising is in the staff report on page 6. At the top is the excavation permit. We're supposed to make those 7 findings. They're not physically in here, and that is an issue. It should be on page.
Now, wait a minute. So the resolution,
Go ahead, Linda.
we cite the findings for the HRD, and then what's listed under the excavation permit are the findings contained in the excavation ordinance. The health and safety of the public will not be adversely affected, right? So the only thing that is missing from here is that I didn't put in a heading before the variance findings, which would come before what's now number 17, retaining wall height variance. So they are in there.
The design review finding.
Design review doesn't have findings. It says you have to determine that it complies with the design review criteria.
Yeah.
It's kind of, if you want to put
Page 7 of the staff report.
that you've determined that it complies with the design review criteria. I'm going to talk to the town attorney about this because our resos used to never be this complicated. We would just say, and there was some language about this approval is incorporating all the information and attachments attached during this public hearing. And it was not this, this really, but I think our attorney is going to want it to be like this. I think they're going to want it to be really detailed like this. I don't think we're going to get away with it, but this.
Well, and I think, in looking at the first couple of whereas clauses, we make these very grand statements, we held the public hearing and determined that this complies with the Hill Area Residential Development Overlay Ordinance, Excavation Ordinance, Design Review Criteria, there they are, and tree removal regulations. And, I had actually gone through the design review criteria when I was reviewing this project just to make sure that I felt that it met those. So I'm good with that. And if everybody else feels like we're covered on those items, or do we want to talk about them? Nobody wants to talk about it. All right, here we go.
I think we're covered.
But maybe I would.
But there has been. I'm sorry,
Can we
there has
please
been
not
some
all talk
discussion.
over each other, please?
So Linda, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to make you feel more comfortable that remember that your resolution is not the final say. If somebody actually appeals this and is heading towards suing us, there's going to be another resolution at the council level that will be reviewed by the town attorney because she reviews everything that goes into the packet. So your resolution is not like the final end all for a project. And
It really is going to be brought into a court of law, though, and it does, well, okay. So let's please, Mimi, can we please get a recommendation from you to move forward on this item? And if we don't get it, I'm going to do it. And then if we can't complete it, I'm going to continue the item because I don't want to spend any more time on this. We should not be spending an hour on a resolution. This is frustrating.
All right, I will move approval of resolution number 2021-03 of the Fairfax Planning Commission, approving application number 21-03 for a Hill Area Residential Development Permit, Excavation Permit, Retaining Wall Height Variance, Design Review Permit, and a tree removal permit for a residence at 63 Spring Lane, in accordance with the draft attached to our packet, the draft we received prior to this meeting with the red line incorporated. as well as the changes, the editorial changes we have made to the numbering and formatting, and revisions to the paragraphs relating to the landscape tree inspection report, and deleting that language in favor of the subsequent language. Correcting the address relating to 65 Spring Lane, where it's referenced as 165 Spring Lane.
Where, you know, I think I'm realizing that you don't have the right document to be able to do this, because I don't even know where you are right now.
That was paragraph 11 on page 4.
We had changes even before that. Okay, so let's stop.
Okay.
All right,
sorry.
I'm gonna try to do this, and okay, I think you did a great job in terms of the renumbering and those references. So I think that's great, and I think, you know, you did a good job of introducing a resolution of approval, and beginning with the following changes on referencing page 2, number 8, modifying the architectural plan A1.1, moving it down to the revision date of 1/27/21, modifying the whereas on page 3, condition number 1, to add the material board and the tree committee approval application 20-T-09, and on page 5, condition 15, rewording prior to the removal of any additional trees not approved by the planning commission, and we're adding additional. Modifying on page 7, condition 19, adding a new C, tree committee planted that the landscaping be installed prior to the occupancy permit being issued. Referencing page 9, deleting number 29 adjacent to the wording of Ross Valley Fire Department, and renumbering all numbers after that. But in referencing the change, I'm looking at the one in our packet, condition number 37, shall read all vegetation within the 30-foot fire defensible zone shall be irrigated around structures, deleting condition 38, reference updating condition 48. Well, you know what, shoot. We're deleting condition 38, which is no tree shall be removed without the approval of a tree removal permit. We are modifying condition 48 to read all the district's rules and regulations in effect at the time service is requested must be complied with. On page 11, modifying condition 54 to say a written notification shall be delivered to each resident on Spring Lane Road. Lane. Thank you.
Spring Lane, yeah.
Deleting condition 55, a flag person shall precede any vehicles, blah, blah, blah.
Adding conditions.
Why do I have a note about drainage improvements 57? Oh, that was Linda's modified resolution from this afternoon. So going up to condition 58, we're adding prior to the issuance of the building permit, the applicant shall provide the town with a northern spotted owl survey that will include identification of any nesting sites within a quarter mile of the project site and recommendations for measures that will become conditions of project approval to minimize the negative effects of the construction on the birds. And then it goes on to read whatever is currently drafted there. We're adding a new condition 57, drainage improvements to take the site water to the drainage channel along Spring Lane shall be accomplished in a manner that does not impede vehicle or pedestrian access to the unpaved Spring Lane Fire Road shall be shown in the building permit application construction plans and shall be subject to review and approval by the town engineer, planning director, building official prior to the issuance of the building permit and prior to the issuance of the occupancy permit. Adding new condition number 60. Linda, say it. This has to do with the owner, neighbor, area, safety, rail, 65 prior to occupancy or something.
Yes. The owner and the neighbor shall prepare a landscaping plan for the area between the safety railing and the house at 65 Spring Lane, and it shall be submitted prior to issuance of the building permit for review and approval by the planning director.
Thank you. Adding new condition number 61. That the tree committee has approved the removal of trees. We're approving one additional oak tree, but all plantings shall be a 1-to-1 replacement. I feel like that one should be modified more, like we should reference the tree committee, but okay, let me just keep talking and we can decide whether we can modify that one. And then the last one is the fencing. Fencing for the property shall only be around the house and landscaping area, not along the entire property line perimeter. And then going back to Linda's resolution of change, looking at the final now, therefore it be resolved. We're modifying it to read the approval of the Hill Area Residential Development Permit, excavation permit, retaining wall height, variance, tree removal permit, and design review permit, and the rest will remain the same. That's as good as I can do, people.
Oh, you did.
I had a question. So did you go back on page 2? Did you catch under 8 that there was a duplication of A1.4 and that the second one, I believe Mimi said, should be A1.4A?
I have
didn't hear
it down.
You
Yeah.
have that. Okay. And then did we discuss the fencing at all?
They just put it in as a condition. Oh, you didn't discuss it, but it's suggested that it just be allowed around the house in the landscaped area and not be around the perimeter, is the way the condition was read.
And the property owner agreed. Do you have a concern with that, Cindy?
I just want to clarify as well, if we can
Can we let Cindy?
Well, go ahead, Mimi.
Well, this has exactly to do with what Cindy is talking about.
Okay.
If we could add a reference in the section where we talk about the general plan policies on page 1, we have the 3 LU policies, and then what is that? S, the safety policy, and add OS-3.2.2, which discourages development of any man-made structure on the ridge lines and within the ridge zones within the Fairfax planning area. So it's simply a reference to that open space policy that prefers not to have those
areas fenced. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to just make sure that what's happening here is I'm making a motion. And so any modifications at that point, we have to kind of say, okay, can I make an amendment to that motion? Or I need a second to my motion, and then we need to proceed to a vote. So I want to be careful about how we're handling these comments because I have a motion on the table.
I think Robert's Rules of Order doesn't allow for the chair to make the motion.
No, that's not true.
I would like to amend your motion to correct the moving of.
Excuse me, Robert's Rules requires action on a motion unless it's a friendly amendment to the motion.
It's a friendly
without discussion.
It's a friendly amendment to correct the switch from the October 16, 20 date under excavation permit paragraph 8,
Right,
which is
one is going to, yeah.
Yeah, so we leave that one. I think you said moving at A 1.1, and I was wrong about that. So we would leave that where it is. And with the amendment that Cindy mentioned, which is the A14A.
Right.
And then the additional reference to the open space policy, I would second your motion.
You have to first get approval for your friendly amendment.
I need to ask a point of clarification on the one A14A. That is moving to where?
No, it's not moving it. It's just clarifying. I have two A14s and the second A1.4 is actually supposed to be A1.4A.
Thank you.
Okay.
I accept that amendment. And so will you second that motion then?
Mimi?
Second.
I will second.
Okay.
Did you, before I do, I'm so sorry. Did you mention adding the material board to that list?
Yes.
You did.
Yeah. Okay, then I second.
Okay, I'll call the roll. Fregoso,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gonzalez Parber,
No.
Newton,
Yes.
Swift,
Yes.
Chair Rodriguez.
Yes, but I think for the record, it would be good to hear from Esther about the decline and to have that in the minutes.
Okay.
Aye.
I'm declining it. I approve everything else, but the height is still an issue with me. I don't think it's appropriate to have the master bedroom area and a closet that is 16 feet high and 3 feet wide. It's kind of like, imagine a 3-foot wide bathroom in the women's club going all the way to the ceiling, to the ridge. So if you kind of put it in proportion, I think it's inappropriate. So
Thank you. Thank you very much. So with that conclusion, I think we should take a 10-minute break, people.
Hooray.
Would you just remind everyone about their right to appeal, just for the record?
Oh, thank you so much. With this decision provides anyone who wishes the opportunity to appeal within, is it 10 days?
10 days.
10 days, yeah.
To the city
And
clerk.
if you contact the clerk, she will give you the guidelines on what needs to be submitted within that time frame, which will include the reason for your appeal and a cost of that appeal.
It's $500.
$500, yep.
Is that enough, Linda?
Yes, perfect, thank you.
All right, thank you for that reminder. All right, thank you everyone for getting through that. Really appreciate it. I would not like to do that again, please. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. The Planning Commission first agenda discussion of mapping the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor in June of last year. This is the 10th hearing on this item. Staff believes that updating the map is necessary to implement the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor regulations fully and fairly. And currently using the 1974 paper map doesn't allow lining up with property boundaries. At one of the prior meetings, we talked about the fact that as soon as we did a digitized georeferenced version of the 74 map, we caught 119 parcels on the digitized georeferenced map. At the January meeting, the Planning Commission had a number of comments with what staff was proposing at that time. These included the fact that updating the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor regulations in a comprehensive manner would be a complex undertaking and would best await general plan update, where really these RSC, the visual resources, et cetera, upon which the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor regulations are based, originates and are carried forward. Furthermore, there was no Planning Commission consensus that any diagrammatic modifications should be made to the 1974 visual resources map. And as it pertains to the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor designations. And this is pretty much a consistent theme that staff has observed in the prior 9 meetings. Furthermore, Chapter 17060, the Ridgeline Scenic Corridors definition refers to the area of the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor as, and I quote, as located on Visual Resources Map number 9, close quote. And that's also known as the current general plan map of visual resources, which is carrying forward the map which we have, you have attached to your agenda in a digitized georeference form. Your commission has previously affirmed that a digitized georeferenced version of the 1974 map is acceptable. And as I said, the map is attached to your report. So as will be seen later in the agenda, the Planning Commission has major work items facing it for the next 2 years. Starting last meeting, but this includes additional meetings, responsibilities, and a lot of attention paid to those efforts. Insofar as there has failed to be a consensus for change over the last 9 meetings, staff recommends that the Planning Commission directs staff to simply use the georeferenced version of the 1974 map, which you have attached to your agenda. And I'm here to answer any questions. Michelle, you're muted.
Thank you. So as I understand it, what we're trying to do this evening is get support for the electronic version of the 74 visual resource map without addressing any of the text changes at this time, and come back to that at some future time. So it'd be good to hear input from planning commissioners and Commissioner Swift.
So I had a question. You've attached the 74 Visual Resources Map 9, and it looks the same to me as the original map, but you're calling it geo-referenced.
Yeah, let me cue that up and I'll show you what's going on there. Let's see. Okay, so Tamala, I think I can do this by myself. Share screen.
Well, while he's looking at it, like drawing it up, it's a good catch, Cindy, because the point is, no, the map, that map, the historic map, has not been changed in any way. The difference is what Ben is going to show us now.
Yes, and it's extremely subtle, but where you notice it is instead of a nice rectangle, I'll just drag my cursor along the top margin and this edge. And there's a clever term that they use.
Where's your cursor?
Yeah, see, you can see it here. And then
yes.
If I jump onto the map, it gets into this little.
Okay, I see it.
But the top, it's no longer square. And what happened there was our very good GIS consultant took all of the available reference points. So Francis Drake, some of the things that you could really line up from the 1974 map with actual physical spatial features as shown on a LiDAR map, which is accurate to within 6 inches of any point as it exists on Earth. And lined up those points with the LiDAR map. And so what happened was it changed this 1974 map subtly. And the purpose of using the original map, but just making it accurate, is this is the map that the town has been using for the last 46 years and is comfortable with. And I think out of the prior 9 meetings, it's become very obvious to staff that there's extreme reluctance to really dive into the brave new world of digital products and new definitions or application of definitions and things like that. And so let's just go with this. It's worked for those decades. We've included the outline of the town, so you can see it's just a minority of the total area. It was pointed out tonight that, hey, there actually are reasons why a vantage point, the location here, I'll take this. This is approximately where 63 Spring Lane is. And so now you're dealing with some of these ridge lines that might be able to see that parcel or vice versa. The other aspect is it's really important to get a georeferenced version of this. By adopting this, what we can then do is just have it as one of the layers. Another layer that people would instantly use would be the property boundaries. So anybody who's lies within or near or partially within or without these green ridgeline scenic corridors would be able to very efficiently and in the comfort of their own home determine where the boundaries lie. They currently cannot do that. Even though this does capture another 119 parcels, it's really parcels that are out there that should be captured. So it's something where this provides the certainty that everybody deserves. Your commission, when you're reviewing applications, applicants, neighbors, and staff. So yeah, that's the map.
Thanks, Ben.
So,
oh, sorry.
Sorry. So how is this different then from the original?
The only difference is that it's been, for lack of a better word, accurized, or the technical term is georeferenced. So again, it makes it so you can now apply it to parcels for the first time.
So this incorporates then what you had on other maps with 150 foot.
No,
No.
we're simply using the language that says that it defines the ridgeline scenic corridor as shown on Visual Resources Map number 9. So if you look at the title, this is the 1974 Visual Resources Map number 9. So we are simply saying that we determine that the ridgeline scenic corridor is as drawn on this map, and that incorporates no other changes.
So the ridgeline scenic corridor on this map as drawn is exactly the same, because I unfortunately don't have the other one in front of me. The same.
It's the same, except that it basically relates to real world features. So instead of being a map that, you know, was their best estimate of where those real world features lied or occurred, it's now been pinned to those real world features in Fairfax, and can now be applied to those real world features, such as property boundaries.
Commissioner Fregoso.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if you could see my hand up. Okay, Ben, I thought I knew what the staff report said, and then I heard what you said, and I thought, no, I didn't understand the staff report because you're saying something different. So let me see if I can tell you what I understand we're doing, and you can tell me if I'm on the mark. The historic resources map number 9, whatever it was, it was and it is the same map. We all love it. We don't want to change it. Those are the boundaries. That's it. Those are the ridge lines. Everyone's agreed to that. The difference you're talking about is that technology now allows us, well, allows somebody who knows what they're doing to take this base historic map, which is the outline of the town or surrounding the town. And with technology, what we can do is now layer a different layer, like 2 pieces of paper that you could see through one. So like one sheet of paper is transparent, clear, but it has an image on it, say the map. Or no, the map is what it is. But there's a second sheet of paper that's transparent and has parcel map lines on it. And technologically and geologically, we can arrange so that we can see the parcel maps superimposed onto this historic ridgeline map. Is that not correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, so this map hasn't changed. We're not doing anything different with it, but the technology now gives us the ability, which we're approving for staff use. For instance, tonight's project was a great example of it. I immediately went to this map to try to find 63 Spring Road. It's a good thing it's, you know, just up the way from me. I knew where it was, but I would never have found it on this map. And then, so if we had had that, we could have seen the parcel map and the layout superimposed on this. We found it on that one exhibit C. We saw the different parcels, but we saw those parcels not in relationship to this map. So I totally agree with the way we're going. That's all we wanted to do in the first place, was just be able to figure out, all right, where my finger is at the edge of this pink zone, where is my parcel exactly? And that's going to be a terrific assistance for helping us preserve and maintain the ridge lines and be able to review applications like the one we had tonight, and many more that will be coming, because that's the only place left to develop. So thank you. I am clear and I'm happy with what we're doing.
Yeah, you made two great observations. The one is the ability to use it on parcels such as the one we did tonight, where we would have easily been able to overlay the outline of the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor in relation to the parcel and say, that's where the RS is. And, you know, you would have seen, because I interpolated it, but I was guessing that it's off the parcel. And the second is as we are seeing increasingly the parcels, the vacant parcels that are coming up for development are these tricky hillside edge of town parcels. So it's probably very useful to have this digital georeferenced map where us, the applicants, you know, before they spend a ton of money, they want to know, you know, can I build on my parcel? Maybe it's partially in, partially out, or where is that boundary?
Everybody and you need to know as staff, you need to be able to say, look, you're located right here. This is going to apply to the hillside permit, and you know, you need to look at these codes and that code. And
so let's try to just ask staff questions, because we've got public feedback right now. So right now it's the clarification of what we have before us and how it might relate to the 10 other meetings we've had, not opinions about a decision we're going to kind of make.
Okay.
So Commissioner Newton, do you have any questions or clarification?
Yeah, I want to clarify, Ben, that what you're saying is that you're going to use this georeferenced, or your hope is to use this georeferenced map. And do I understand that you're going to interpret our ridgeline ordinance as limiting the parcels that are in the restricted area to those areas that are green on this map, as opposed to the entire area of blue and purple that were on the maps from last month?
Yes, I've received no consensus from the commission to proceed on that basis.
All right. Well,
and we have a specific reference in the zoning code that talks about this map as being the reference.
All right. I'm going to argue about that after we hear public comment. Over.
Thank you for that. And yes, I guess the only clarification I really wanted to get a better sense of, and we went down that 8-meeting rabbit hole because of a comment that I made on, well, what about the section of the code that references 100 by 300 feet? And so Ben, going back to that, so if we adopt this map, what happens to a staff review of applications regarding the 100 to 300 feet?
We leave that to a future update of the general plan, where people can do revisit this whole concept. I mean, as pointed out by certain commissioners, it's not just about RSC, it's visually significant areas, these pink areas, which will also be included in the map, by the way. So it's something that really warrants a deep dive, and where we really start to look at, where do we want to define those ridgeline scenic corridors? Maybe we want to add some sub-ridges, maybe we want to subtract, but it would be part of a larger effort that would be contextualized within that. The information that would be brought to bear, we would have the open space committee looking at it. We'd look at, from where, I mean, all the things that we really don't have the bandwidth to discuss now, right? Is what are we looking at these ridgelines from? So yeah, we just wait and do it then.
Okay, thank you very much. I see Esther's hand is raised, so I'll recognize Commissioner Gonzalez-Barber.
Yes, I have a question which maybe is too detailed at this level. But I'm wondering about application of this map to, say, a parcel. If you have a parcel that is halfway or quarter way, in the ridge line, do all the ridge line restrictions or codes apply to that parcel, or how would you apply the classification? Because a lot of times you have parcels, or you have 3 parcels that are subdivided, and they part of the parcels sit on this, but not all of it.
Yeah, there's some additional definition language that talks about a line from the ridge line running out. And so the quick answer would be that if there was a portion of the parcel that were outside the ridgeline scenic corridor, the regulations would not be applicable. But we would look more closely at that other definition and applying it when we got to that situation.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Green.
I think it's a great development to be able to, and look at this map, though geo-referenced and maybe slightly off kilter, is pretty close. It's pretty amazing what they got in 1974. So it's a great effort. The main thing I want to make sure is an applicant applying for their property, they can definitively, we can definitively, or the town at least, can tell them, yes, it's in the regulation, it isn't the regulation, and here's what we're going to do about it. And it's appealable. So that's the main thing, is that you can prove to an applicant that this, regulation applies to their property. And that's the main thing. So I think this is a great way to do that. We've got a defined map, and it can be geo-referenced, and it is here. And you can probably, it's just, you can overlay properties on it and see if they fall within it, and it's reasonably accurate. So that's good. It's all good.
Thank you. I'd like to turn then to the public for feedback on the proposal to adopt this geo-reference 1974 map as staff has proposed. And we have one hand raised. Liesl Blash, if you could speak, please.
Hello. No, I hadn't actually intended to raise my hand, but that's okay. I'm excited about the map, and I kind of hope you'll move forward with it, since I've sat through a whole lot of meetings on this, and that it will work to make this a little bit more accessible for people who are applying to, I guess, build. Thanks.
Thank you. Recognizing Frank Egger.
Thank you, commissioners. The January map, the January map had the, what was it, pink and purple bulb outs from tacked onto this map, and that was an attempt, I guess, to try to define or set forth where the 100 and 100 foot references in the written documents would extend to. If someone applies and they're right on the edge of the green, but within either the 100 or 100-foot references in the written codes, how will that affect their application?
Well, the easy answer is that we would be looking exclusively at the map as drawn in 1974 and as referenced in the zoning code. Is that I've been pursuing options without getting much support. And I finally realized that, hey, you know what? The 1974 map is what we've been using, and the 1974 map with the commission's concurrence is what we will continue to use. And at some point we will revisit this and look at the other ways it could be defined in map. But for right now, 10 meetings into it, I think it's time to just get something that we know is accurate and can be applied to real world situations and move on.
Okay. Let's see, anything else, Mr. Egger?
Well, yes. So are we going to ignore then the 100-foot and 150-foot limitations in the written documents?
Well, the zoning ordinance refers to this map, and we're simply going to base it on this map for the time being.
But there's also the specific reference to 100 feet and 150 feet. So that's going to pretend a future conflict with an applicant who shows up within those parameters.
Well, until we invested the money in attempting to map that and bringing it before your commission, you know, those potential outlines were never even considered. And as a point of fact, when we got into that process, you know, for example, you know, we realized that this area right here, I don't know if you can see my cursor, actually traverses creeks. So it's nowhere near a ridgeline. So there's a lot of issues with, you know, attempting to apply some of those other aspects. We know that there's six parcels or 6 ridgelines for which applying a 100-foot vertical or trying to do it would include the entirety of the town within the ridgeline scenic corridor. That clearly wasn't the intent. And that was, I think, one of the reasons why we had such difficulty in moving forward with this. I'm simply recognizing the fact that this is the map that we've been using for almost 50 years. We had a list of parcels, both of that parcel list and you know, the ability to apply even these green ridgeline scenic corridors were severely limited because we never got it applied to particular physical features. So this is going to be a major improvement in determining what's in and out. And I believe it's consistent with what the town has been using for close to half a century.
Thank you. So here we are now. I'll go ahead and maybe close the public hearing at that point. So I think we have clarification on where we are, which is the map as is or not the map as is, because they would be not including the 100 to 200 foot clarification. And so it would be good to get some feedback on people's thoughts on this. I think I've heard from Phil and Norma that they're in support of the map as proposed. I think I'm the one who originally brought up this concern, and I am very concerned because I don't think we'll be able to get back to this anytime soon. And I think that the ordinance language is pretty clear that the 100 to 200 adds additional protection. And if it's not included this time, I don't know when we'll ever get back to it. But the criticality of the fact that staff's not using the 100 to 200 for any application coming before them right now is a missed opportunity. And So I'm still not gonna support it. I love the idea of having a geo-referenced map. I think it is important for everybody in the world, but that is just not, I think we I don't know if we have to hire another consultant to get clarity on the graphics and so on, but it's still not right in my mind. So Commissioner Fragoso and then Commissioner Newton.
Now I'm confused again, because you just said we're using this map, but we're not going to apply the 100 feet or whatever. But, and Frank asked the same question. Frank asked, basically, with this map, how can you tell where the 100 feet and the 150 feet are? Which is why we said 8 meetings ago, oh, if we could georeference it and look at that 100 feet and track it, but that became that just became a nightmare, too many details for us to get into. But I did not assume that staff was not going to take a stab at where is the 100 feet, which is all they've been doing for the last 50 years, using this map, is because it's written in the codes, in the ordinance or whatever you call it, in their plan, that you have to look at the 100 feet vertical, 100 feet horizontal. But based on this map, all you could do is throw a dart at it, and wherever your dart fell, you would say, okay, we'll call that the 100 feet. Because how can you tell on a map like this? But with a parcel map overlay, that we can look at it in overlays, you can get a much better sense of where does the 100 feet go to? Or if you find yourself in the middle of the creek, then obviously the 100 feet can't apply because it's not a peak. So it does improve the staff's current ability to read the current map. Is that not true? Because you're saying, no, they're not even considering the 100 feet is what I heard you say. Or were you just saying that you really wanted to do the additional work of detailing the 150 feet, and you're unhappy that we're putting it off?
I'm sorry, are you asking that question of me or of
Yes.
staff?
Well, I was asking of you because you're the one who confused me
Okay.
by saying that the 100 feet would not
Right.
even be considered.
Right.
And
okay.
I
So what
Ben
I guess
said,
what I heard Ben say a few minutes before that was they have not ever considered that. Staff has never considered when applications come before. That's what I thought he just said. I'm not. I don't want to speak for him, but I think that's what he said, and that's what I thought I understood up to this point. The way that you have described that any individual application that comes in, they could say to them, yes, we want you to do this overlay on your map because we want to bring in these provisions. That's one method of doing it, but I don't think that that's what's happening. And I think that there are also additional provisions in the ordinance that are applicable to the 1 to 200 that's even beyond kind of what we've been talking about. We haven't even kind of gotten there, but I think I don't have assurances that that pathway that you're even talking about is going to happen. Okay, so Commissioner Newton.
Thank you. I've been growing increasingly frustrated. I was frustrated last month when I was unable to attend due to some illness, but I listened to you guys and I was yelling at the television. So I've been trying to hold my tongue here because I think I don't read this ordinance the way that we've been talking about it. I do not read the language in the ordinance as saying that the protected area under our ridgeline ordinance is just the green area shown on map number 9. And if Linda or Ben could pull up our town ordinance 17060, I would like to walk through you guys with it. It's one of the most important ordinances in this town. We have protect the ridge lines, as you know, in signs everywhere. And I think it's important that the Planning Commission understand what it says. And if you could scroll up to even further to the top of the ordinance and just the code sections index, I'd like to start with. So the first 4 sections, the purpose, the definitions, the general requirements, and the affected significant view corridors are the sections I want to focus on with you guys. The rest of the code, the criteria for review of an application, the application procedures, the design review application, the application for exceptions, the findings, the time limits, the extensions, the appeals, and the enforcement are not going to be the focus of what I want to talk to you guys about. In the first section, we have the purpose. And if you look at this, it outlines sort of the spirit of this ordinance. We are conserving the general public welfare. We are conserving existing scenic resources and the sense of community and neighborhood identity that are afforded by the unurbanized open spaces on the ridge tops above the town by preserving them in an open and scenically attractive state. So pretty straightforward what this is all about. When you move down to the definitions, there are a total of 6 definitions that we need to wrap our brains around. Some of the terms in the definitions are used in other definitions. So for example, the term adjacent ridge has the term ridgeline, which is also defined in the 3rd definition. But I also want to draw your attention to the beginning of this section. It says, for the purpose of this chapter, the following definitions shall apply unless the context clearly indicates or requires a different meaning. And this is one of the strangest sentences in a law I've ever seen. You know, it's sort of a lawyer's dream or maybe their nightmare. Here are our definitions, but maybe they don't apply, maybe they do. And when I read a sentence like that in a code, I have to say to myself, you know what really matters in this code? It's the purpose language in the preceding paragraph that we just read. So as we're going through these definitions, and we're trying to put the puzzle pieces together in what is the protected zone that we're talking about, we have to use common sense and we have to refer back to the purpose here. So first definition is adjacent ridge. The concept of the 150 feet horizontal distance and the 100 feet vertical distance is referenced in this definition. And it uses this term ridgeline a couple times. Major ridge is also defined as the areas located on visual resource map number 9, just like what we were talking about. Oh, well, visual resource map number 9 is defined as the ridgeline scenic corridors. Well, very interesting. It is also specifically defined here as major ridges, those areas located on visual resource map number 9. You actually have to refer back to visual resource map number 9 for its own table of what the different colors are on that document to see what it refers to as ridgeline scenic corridors. But here in the text of the ordinance, we have major ridges are those areas on visual resource map number 9. We have the ridge line is the uppermost line in elevation, traversing a major ridge, also now defined as chain of hills. Then we have the ridgeline scenic corridors, and this is what we're meant to be protecting. Those areas defined as community and or neighborhood separators and visual resources, providing community and or neighborhood identity, further defined as the area on either side of the ridge line within 150 feet horizontal distance measured at right angles to the ridge line, or 100 feet vertically of the major ridge, whichever is greater, as located on visual resource map number 9. So now we have a reference back, but we have a very detailed explanation of what the ridgeline scenic corridor is with respect to this ordinance. Next, we have the term significant view corridors, and you'll notice that it includes the ridgeline scenic corridor in its phrase, and it talks about the impacts on a ridgeline scenic corridor and whether they're significant or contrary to the purposes of the title. We also have the definition of utility lines. I'm not going to worry so much about that, but I'm going to go on to the next section, which is the general requirements. And this is where we have, if you can scroll all the way down to the bottom of B, so I can see the whole, oh, you got it, general requirements. Okay, good. So here we're talking about the prohibition. You can't build within the ridgeline scenic corridor except under certain circumstances. And in order to build within that corridor, you have to demonstrate that your structure is not going to have an impact on significant views. This is a new term. Significant views due to the proposed location of the structure in relation to existing improvements, and or the Planning Commission approves a permit for building in the ridgeline scenic corridor. If buildings, accessory buildings, or additions and modifications to them must be placed within the restricted area, again, a new term, they shall be designed and located to have the least impact on existing visual resources. So another new term, existing visual resources, we haven't seen come up before. And finally, I'm gonna take you to the next section, affected significant view corridors.
Excuse me, Mimi, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
I'm not sure why we're reading this, but
because I wanted you guys to understand that what we're protecting, the protected area, is the ridgeline scenic corridor.
I don't think we would contest that. I'm not understanding why.
Because there's a reference to the fact that the ridgeline scenic corridor is as defined on visual resource map number 9 in 17-060-030. So see at the top in A.
So that's why I wanted the 100 to 200 map. That's what started all of this. What you're reading is what we started 5 or 6 meetings ago.
No, I understand, but we then went through a series of proposals where we were going to change the ordinance, incorporate a new map, change the map, and I cannot unsee the bulb outs of the pink and purple that were in the maps that staff produced and provided in the January meeting. I cannot unsee them. And
right.
You're saying you really like
That's
those?
right. That's exactly what I'm saying.
You really
We're
wanted
saying what I've been saying.
Here, Norma, if I could finish.
She just got it.
If I could finish. Under 17-060-030 general requirements A, it says, don't build within the ridgeline scenic corridors as defined on visual resource map number 9. And I heard Cindy last month say, oh, well, that's all that we're protecting then. It's the green on the map, which is the ridgeline scenic corridors. And she's right in a sense, because when you look at the map, the actual legend in the map says that the green is the ridgeline scenic corridors. But what I wanted to show you guys is that this definition in our ordinance is not limited to just what's on the green in the map. It also includes the 100-foot vertical and the 150-foot horizontal distances that staff went to the trouble of bulbing out in the purple and blue maps that they attached to the January packet. And although I hear what everybody's saying about, hey, those ridges go down and they cross the creeks. Those aren't really ridges. I propose that what we do here tonight and not have to come back and revisit this is if staff wants to use a geo-referenced map to identify the parcels that fit within this definition of what's a ridgeline scenic corridor here in O20, set forth in our ordinance as the most protected area of the ridge in accordance with the purpose behind this ordinance, that we would direct staff to use the bulb outs for not only the north of Sir Francis Drake, but the south of Sir Francis Drake. And if a property is going to be developed that happens to be on the flat land, but still within the pink and the purple, fine, bring it to us. We'll say that's okay. We're not unreasonable people who are going to be like, well, that flatland proposal is going to destroy a ridgeline view. So I think that you forget about the fact that it created all these technical problems by bringing the ridges down to the flats. You draw the lines based on the 100-foot vertical and 150-foot horizontal, and that's the map you georeference, and that's the map we use because that affords maximum protection and reflects what's here in the ordinance. And I might stop, but I'm sure I'll have more to say.
Commissioner Fregoso.
Thank you. I'm shocked because I didn't think you liked the bulb outs. I thought a lot of people didn't like the bulb outs because it changed this map. I thought everyone was saying, no, we have to use, this is the map, this is it, not the bulb outs. I thought there was issues with the bulb outs. I completely agree with what you said, Mimi, and now I don't know what we're talking about here.
Well, let me jump in and simply say.
Oh, I'm afraid to have you do that.
Yeah, I know, because it's not that simple.
Please be concise as you can.
This 9-meeting rabbit hole, and apparently are still there. The challenge is that as defined without modifications and interpretations, it includes every parcel in the town. And I could come back for another 5 meetings and attempt to explain how that definition incorporates that. And I am just satisfied that we've gone meeting by meeting, diagram by diagram, spent thousands of dollars trying to look at various options that would try to express what the intent of the 1974 writers were. But it just keeps coming back to the same thing, is that they continuously refer to this 1974 Visual Resources Map number 9. They refer to ridgeline scenic corridors. You can see right here, there's your ridgeline scenic corridors, there's your ridgelines. Interestingly, it in nowhere mentions major ridges, but we do have a very clear definition. And as previously pointed out, just for conversational sake, that these green corridors actually are about 300 feet wide, that they very closely replicate the 150-foot horizontal on either side of the ridge, even though we also know that the ridge lines aren't necessarily spot on. But it's just one of those things where we're just looping back on each other. And, it's 11:13 at night, and we have to get to the housing element. And I still don't believe that it's possible for us to come up with a different definition, that if we simply use the definitions without explanation and clarification, and we will apply it to every parcel in town, because when you go 100 feet from the bottom of one of these ridges, you include every parcel in town. So that's my concern, is that this at least says, based on your commission's exhaustive review and comment on it, that at least we have something we can use. And guess what? It's what we've been using for the last 46 years.
So I guess I will say that, we cannot ignore as responsible planning commissioners, that the text of the code is not being applied, and that, as a result, there are less properties falling into protection that are in that 100 and 200. Although this electronic version captured more, properties, it's less properties overall. I mean, it is a responsibility that falls on the planning commission and staff to ensure that they're applying the code. And by approving the map before us, staff has said that they will use that then to continue to not apply the rest of the code. So, in my mind, this is like a note to the town council from the planning commission that we have a problem, that there's a problem, that's happening, and that we need to have some resources applied to either getting the right map before us, or, something. But I think we need to maybe take a straw vote on where we're going with this and try to decide what are we doing. Commissioner Green.
Yeah, Mimi, thank you for going through that, what seemed to be a tedious process. But what comes out of that, and when you really read this carefully, it's obvious that in 1973, 74, there was some thinking that there needed to be interplay with the 150 feet, 100 feet measurement and the map. And I agree with others that, so on the one hand, yes, I love the electronic map idea. I think it's the best idea in the world, but we can't really discard, until it's amended or changed, the language of 17060. And thank you, Mimi, for pointing out also, the purpose of this is to preserve the view, really. That's the idea. So both the map to locate these things in a basic way, and when you get, I would say, when you get a tight situation, you could use these 150, 100 feet measurements, but we can't discard the language. I never thought that we were adopting a map in order to discard the language of the ordinance. If I had thought that, I would have said something about it earlier. But this meeting, for some reason, I'm just getting that, and that's not right. So we need to keep the ordinance and adopt this new map. I believe I like the map. I still do. So I think we need the georeference map to make sense of applications, but we also need the language of the ordinance in certain situations. And there is fluidity here, because it does say the following definitions apply unless the context clearly indicates or requires a different meaning. I think that language, even though it seems wild in the context of some kind of ordinance, I think what it is an attempt up the time in the 70s for them to express the idea that both of these things will apply to different situations, the map and the measurements. That's where I'm at.
So I'd like to hear from Commissioner Swift and then Commissioner Gonzalez-Parver.
Could I ask Ben to stop sharing so I can see everybody, not just the people who are talking?
Okay. Cindy, are you gonna? Cindy?
I'm here.
Okay. Are you gonna go?
Yeah, I would support using this map as it is.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me try to make this succinct. And I'm going to kind of use my experience as an example. One, I don't really think there is a conflict between map number 9 and what the ordinance says, because as in practical terms, I would look at the code and I would look at the georeference map anyway together. And I would I would not ignore the 150 and 100, a rule in the ordinance. What I would do is then go and talk to the planning director or somebody and say, can you explain this to me? Because I'm looking at this map. Can I assume that this is illustrating that 150 and 100 foot rule? And then Ben would come out and say, well, here's some more information. And the purple and the pink is more precise because we have more tools now to figure this out. 50 years ago, maybe they couldn't do that. And as a design professional, we would advise and our client, and we would work with the town to determine whether a parcel was in this protected area. So I really don't think there's a conflict. I think this is a good place to start. It's already going to be in the georeference map. But if there is more information that we need to make legal through a subcommittee and we need to fund it, I think that can still happen. But it really, I think the town has a discretion to explain to an applicant what is protected. And then it's up to the planning commission to make a ruling on that, based on the information brought before us. So, I think you definitely start with this. This is the legal language. And I guess maybe there's a legal issue in terms of somebody coming back and saying, well, you didn't tell me, it was in the protected area and you guys denied it. So, I'm trying to reconcile what we're trying to achieve here. But I think it's never a simple, straightforward answer. There's a lot that goes into a decision as to what you're going to do and what you're going to design. And it's, for instance, today with the Spring Lane, if we had been able to see this, maybe, maybe I would have pushed harder on the height, depending on where we were. So I think this is a great place to start. I think what Ben did is very valuable, and I think we should somehow pursue that. But I'm not sure, how or when. Because Ben, if you could assess how complete your analysis was, what would you say?
Well, as I've been saying for probably 6 meetings, that the green 1974 Ridgeline Scenic Corridors are easy to identify and map, and we've done so. The 150 foot on either side of the Ridgeline corridor is easy to identify, and in most cases it lies within, I would say, 50 feet, if even that far, of what that 1974 map was. The challenge is applying the 100 vertical feet. It simply wasn't thought out enough at the time. The 1974 Ridgeline Scenic Corridor ridges were drawn such that it's extremely difficult to say this is where this goes and where it doesn't go. Now, I can appreciate that, the context clearly indicates otherwise. Well, that would be the fact that some of these ridge lines drop down into the creek, and if you go 100 feet vertical down from that, you've included the entirety of the town, and I've diagrammatically shown that on more than one occasion. So I suppose staff is comfortable saying, well, if you're in the peneplain, the flatlands of Fairfax, it would be, the context would dictate otherwise. The challenge is when push comes to shove and you're trying to say, we're going to base this on an interpretation for which we don't have a map. It gets very difficult. So, we'll do our best, but I just have to say that to me, again, we've spent 10 meetings, countless hours thousands of dollars, and we still don't have a really good context. We do not have anything that can be diagrammed for which I have gotten any consensus from the commission that would explain the 100 feet. And we have multiple places where it does say, as shown on Visual Resources map number 9. And so to me, my hope tonight was simply to get the commission's concurrence that, well, if there's one thing we can all agree on, that if it's shown on that green, within those green corridors on that ridge line, that we should apply it. And that it's good to digitize and georeference that, because now we can drop a parcel overlay. Staff's going to have to think about how we could apply the 100-foot vertical, because frankly, just go back to the staff reports, go back to the maps we've drawn, go back to the lack of consistent commission consensus on anything we've provided. And it's a starting point, I agree. And maybe it's a work product that we should just give to a consultant and put together a subcommittee and have them go off and at some point we'd emerge with a new definition and new language and go from there. But it's very difficult for staff, because without a consensus, without a map that anybody has ever agreed upon, and we've pretty much done everything in terms of mapping we can, saying, it's 100 vertical feet, 100 vertical feet measured in what direction? Perpendicularly? Again, so anyway, I'll
Thanks,
just
Ben.
stop there.
So I wanted to ask then, with Esther's comment, how does that, and with Mimi's comment, how does that clarify for Phil and Norma your position on the staff proposal? Because I think you're the two outliers now, Norma.
Okay. All right. Here's what I understood and what I think. I understood that people didn't like those maps with the bulb outs for the 100 and 150 feet. I understood that people didn't like them. They wanted to only use this old map number 9. And that they would only do some sort of map like that we would only do some sort of map like the bulb outs if we rewrote the whole ordinance. I've never understood why we had to rewrite the whole ordinance. And now people are saying, we love the bulb outs, let's use the bulb outs. So I don't understand what we're talking about and why. I don't see why we have to rewrite the whole ordinance right now. Maybe when the general plan is done, it should be assessed, and the Open Space Committee has that as one of their things to, on an ongoing basis, review and assess. But why can't we just use this map, use the bulb outs, and do the parcel overlays when we're in that 100-foot area, in those barrier areas where people might not be able to tell where the parcel is? It's common sense. Your house is where it is. You look at a map. Are you in Marin County or are you in Fairfax? So I don't understand what we're doing.
Okay, so I understand your position for this evening. So that clarifies it.
I'm glad somebody does. Thank you.
And I'll be the first one to say that I've been the one who has had concerns about the bulb outs, because the first time we got the maps, it didn't have the full town topo. Then second time, people wanted to have blow-ups to be able to see it more closely. The third time, they were modifying it to not, or to follow the topography. And so we were questioning, well, why is it following or not following the topography lines? That didn't really make sense. And then it was coming in, and we were saying, well, how does this relate to, it didn't have the town boundary line, and where was the downtown? And so I think I was generating a lot of, wait a minute, I can't get context on this. I can't even figure out what was the decisions behind some of it. So, you can blame me for a lot of that. So far, as I'm hearing this, we have support for the map as is proposed by staff from Norma, Esther, Cindy. So now Commissioner Green.
Well, to be clear, I support the map also that's presented tonight. What I don't support is discarding and suggesting that we need to amend the language of the ordinance, because they go together for one thing, and you can't just discard the language of the ordinance. Now, if it is actually factual that staff has never used this 150 feet, 100 feet stuff, and they've only gone by the map, then that's another matter perhaps. But here's what I think we should have done from this first meeting of this, and that is look at ordinances like this in other cities and see what they're doing and kind of get some ideas, or maybe staff knows, and see what's happened. Lots of places have ridgeline limitations. So I support the map tonight 100%, but I don't support tossing the language of the ordinance. And I think
Okay, so what I've heard is I hear
both work together.
a majority
Can
of
I
commissioners.
clarify? I'm
One
more-
moment. So what I hear is a majority of commissioners who could make a motion to adopt the, well, no, that's not the wording the staff has. Staff is saying they would like comments. Wait a minute, that's not the right one. Where is it? Oh,
Yeah,
here it is. That staff would direct staff to use this digitized geo-referenced ridgeline scenic corridor map of visual resources as the basis of determining the RSC area and boundaries. And so we've heard from Ben this evening that in doing that, they're going to continue to not apply the 1 and 200 feet. And so I think that someone should make that motion, and whoever then declines it should, vote that. So is there anybody willing to make that motion?
Can I clarify my position? I didn't think.
No, I think that we've discussed that.
All right, that's fine.
And that's it. So is there somebody who's willing to make the
I'd like to
motion?
make a motion.
Sure, go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that we direct staff to continue to work on the geo-referenced maps that include both the 100-foot vertical and the 150-foot horizontal, and use the actual definition of the ridgeline scenic corridor with a reference to the ridges on the visual resource map as our geo-referenced map.
I would second that.
Okay, so we have a first and we have a second. So staff, let's do the roll call. Okay, I'll do the roll call.
I was
You're
waiting
the only
for
one.
I apologize.
It's late.
Chair, let's see. Member Swift.
No.
Member
let me just clarify that what you're doing is going back to something other than the recommendation staff report, correct?
Correct. We're defining it more closely. Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. No.
Member Gonzalez Parber.
Yes, and what Mimi said, that we are directing staff to continue with the bulb out map, adopting this, right?
Mimi, do you want to make your motion again so it's clear?
Yeah, once again, I move that the Planning Commission direct staff to utilize geo-reference maps that include the bulb outs to identify the protected area within the meaning of the ordinance that would capture both the 100-foot vertical and 150-foot horizontal. And that to the extent, I'm just going to add this, to the extent that the 100-foot vertical is in the plane, if you could include a separate color for that.
Now you're modifying it. You did
Yeah,
not,
yeah.
no.
It's
Oh,
very
right.
You
different
had a
from the
motion
first.
moving.
I
You
thought
had
it
a
was clearer
motion
than that.
under vote even, and we just asked you to repeat it, and now you're modifying
All
it.
right, I won't. So that we use the bulb outs as the
Can we have it
georeference.
read back?
That was not what you said.
No,
the
that was
first
not
time.
what you said.
You said you were directing staff to continue to do work and research on, you didn't specify what exactly.
No,
Yes,
she said, I want to direct staff to continue to use the geo-referenced map, which includes this ridgeline scenic corridor, but that you use the definition in the red definition in the ordinance about the ridgeline, but with the 100 vertical feet and the 150 horizontal feet, and that you use the scenic as the bulb outs or something, and I kind of missed it.
Okay, sorry, I won't change it this time.
Yes, you are. Oh, man.
Here we go. I move that we direct staff to continue working on the development of a geo-referenced map to reflect the protected area within the meaning of the Ridgeline Ordinance to include the major ridges and ridgeline scenic corridors reflected on the 1974 visual resource map as supplemented by the bulb outs reflecting the 100-foot vertical and 150-foot horizontal.
Point of clarification, please.
So you're continuing the item for them essentially to work on it.
Right.
And come back, or do you, is that?
I was hoping they would just do it and use it.
I think we need a congressional
Can
committee.
I?
Staff has a request. Could we solicit Commissioner Newton's assistance in developing that map? Because, once again, we're in the unenviable position of not having commission consensus or support for the map that we're actually proposing at this meeting. So what I would like to do is, as part of that continuing work, sit with Commissioner Newton and our GIS person and come up with the map that she feels comfortable recommending that the commission adopt. And I'd be very happy to work with Commissioner Newton on that effort.
You meant Newton, right? Because I thought I heard you say Swift.
No, Newton.
And this is just a recommendation for the planning staff.
So you're really continuing this in order for Commissioner Newton and Berto to work together to come up with a map to come back again. That's what I'm hearing. Two different things. She's just saying do it, and Ben's saying no. I need staff.
I need some help.
Can I ask a stupid question? Excuse me, Ben.
God, we had a motion and we had a second. We were voting, and I don't know how we got down this rabbit hole of now we're modifying it, and we're good. You know what? I think Commissioner Newton really has to take a moment to really think about what is the motion that we started on, and let's just really take a moment to rethink where you started. You had a vote, you had no from Swift, you had a yes from Esther. And
well, I'm sorry, I've gotten myself a little discombobulated. I would like to withdraw that motion and make a new motion. And my new motion.
Before you make a motion, can I ask a stupid question?
No.
My question is, why, if everyone really likes the bulb outs and this map, and we can overlay parcels, why don't we just use those and let it go at that and be done with this?
Because it hasn't been applied to date. That's the problem. And because it includes, the map would be modified to include a much larger area. And so the question is, Mimi, do you want them to just apply the ordinance as written and come back with a map, or do you want them to apply the ordinance as written and just use this map?
Can I ask a question?
Let me get an answer from Commissioner Newton.
Well, I'm just, let me ask this question, because when we look at the georeference maps, you have the 1970, the 1973 Sausalito map, you have the 2001 Tiburon map, and they all have additional information so that everybody's always building and adding more layers. Why can't we have two? Why can't we adopt this one tonight and direct staff to continue with the bulb out map presented later and then adopted separately? Because it's always just a building up of information and it's supplemental to this.
Okay, so if we can't get a clear motion from Commissioner Newton, there was somebody else who was going to make another motion then.
I would like to make a motion that the Planning Commission appoint me as an ad hoc committee member to work with staff to come up with a georeference map that accurately reflects both the full concept of the ridgeline scenic corridors that would include the green ridgelines that we see on the visual resource map number 9, the bulb outs that were in the maps from the January packet, and reflects a common sense interpretation of the area that would be within the floodplain of the town, to exclude the entire town from the ridgeline, because that would go against the purpose of the ordinance, and come up with a proposed georeference map for staff to use as a tool in working with the public and people who want to know whether or not their parcels are within the restricted zone.
Okay, so
Can I
before
ask
I
a
ask,
clarifying
before I
question to the
ask about
motion?
whether there's even going to be a second on that, I really need to talk to Ben about, really, do you have any more money, consulting money for revising the maps and going for more work on this? Or even
Well, the
staff
good news
time?
is that I think half of what we'd have to do is just loop back to the old maps and sit with Commissioner Newton and say, okay, this is our
Okay.
common sense.
So yes is the answer. You do have
Yes.
time and money. Okay, okay. And then what was the question, Commissioner Fregoso? No question.
The question was,
then
what length of time are we talking about, and how many more planning commission
shouldn't take her
meetings
more
do we
than one
need to set aside?
I don't think it'll be that much more.
I'm ready to
So
second
the
the
question
motion.
is there can she get a second? If she doesn't get a second, then we have another motion that we can move on.
Second.
So he's got a second. So
Go for it, Mimi.
okay, so we've got a first and a second. Staff, can you please call?
Okay. Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber,
Yes.
Commissioner Fregoso,
Sure.
Commissioner Newton,
Yes.
Commissioner Swift,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Well, we haven't seen the map.
Yes.
and Chair Rodriguez.
Yes, the motion passes. And so we'd love to see a final version, like at our next meeting, while this information is fresh in our head. If you can do it, we'd like to get it off our work plan because we need to get this moving. And I do think, actually, this is the best thing we could have done. Well, thank you all for your patience on this matter, including staff, who I know Phil's just completely raked over the coals on this. But I think, okay, so what is left of our agenda, Ben? Should we take another 5-minute break, or should we say we're not going to be able to move it? Because I think we're losing commissioners. Look
Not
at
so much that
Commissioner
it's been an
Fregoso.
extended period
Poor
of time.
thing.
If anybody feels any desire, we could probably take a break and then come back and plow.
5 minutes, just 5 minutes, please. Okay.
No, I got morning with
5
Europe
minutes,
and
sure.
evening with India. Come on.
Ho, ho.
Cindy, I don't know how you ever moved us along. It's like herding cats, or we're dealing with very complex topics here, and I don't know how to do any better. And it's really challenging.
It is. It's cats.
But oh, so many ideas and thoughts and possible directions for things. And it's just a mind blower. I mean, it's exhausting. I'm exhausted. I can't get, sometimes the next day I'm just like, and you never know what's going to happen, what kind of ideas and thoughts and directions. It's like, woo. Okay, Ben.
Yes,
We have
ma'am.
still multiple items to go here, and there are really complex topics. And I'm, okay. We've got 4. You've got 4 of us. Let's rock and roll, Ben.
Okay. Very good. Madam Chair, members of the commission, the following is a discussion of the housing element, the item on your agenda. As noted, we've been starting work on the housing element update. This is something that's mandated by the state regional needs housing assessment for the forthcoming 6th cycle planning period of 2023 to 2031. This housing element update must be completed by the town by December of next year, with 490 housing units mandated by the regional housing needs assessment or allocation, the RENA. At this time, it's a draft number. It's noted every city and county in the state is required to update their housing element every 8 years, and to plan for that state mandated housing growth. And that it's critical in this Bay Area because we continue to experience an affordable housing crisis. The Planning Commission discussed the housing element at your January 21 meeting. Chair Rodriguez requested information, further clarification on the process. For example, details about working groups and steering committees, etc. This report provides that information. It includes details on process and milestones. It's noted that we are in the stages of finalizing the hiring of a housing element consultant and expect to get town council approval of that contract at their March 3rd meeting. What staff is proposing for discussion tonight is to have the Planning Commission involved in this process for an estimated 8 meetings over the next 1 3/4 years. 3 of those meetings would be joint meetings with the Planning Commission and Town Council, and they would be covering major milestones in the housing element update process. And you can see that in the description in the staff report. The first joint meeting with the Town Council would be on March 17th, where we would introduce the housing element consultant and introduce that person and firm to the way we do things in Fairfax and some of the challenges and start getting public feedback. Critical component of this is that we would have a working group. Staffers proposing that it would consist of 2 to 3 Planning Commission members and 2 members of the Affordable Housing Committee. Though that working group would report out to the Planning Commission and the Affordable Housing Committee, and in situations where there's a joint meeting to the Planning Commission and the Town Council. The Commission requested that I secure or determine the interest for serving on that working group by members of the Planning Commission who weren't there. I have determined that Commissioner Newton is ready, willing, and able to serve on that group. It's also noted that Member Swift has previously expressed an interest, and that Commissioner Fagoso has a very strong professional background in affordable housing. So those are just 3 names that staff's throwing out there. Let's see. In terms of other meetings, and it's noted that all of the planning commission's joint meetings with the council would be advertised and promoted as opportunities for community input, as would meetings of the Affordable Housing Committee. Staff's proposing 4 meetings with them, and they would be describing, or they would be working on key housing element aspects relating to affordable housing. Other groups that staff would be involving, and hang on a second, I have to blow my nose and I don't want to blow out your speaker, so hang on. Okay. Other groups that would be involved on an ad hoc as needed basis include the Fairfax Open Space Committee, the Climate Action Committee, and the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committees. There would be a possibility in following up with meetings with those groups that they might come to the Planning Commission to discuss specific items of particular interest for those groups. So as proposed by staff, we would have approximately 3 times the number of public hearings that occurred with the last housing element update that accumulated in 2015, a total of 14 Zoom-hosted consultant facilitated meetings. Staff's preliminary goal is to get something in front of whichever group is conducting that meeting and the public every month to month and a half. Throughout the entire housing element update process. It's noted that getting into the final scheduled details would require consultation with the consultant and relying on their experience for what typical timelines are for delivering certain deliverables in the process. It's noted that the town has already created, staff has already created a sign-up list for members of the public who would like to be informed of any pending items on housing element related information, activities, etc. And I would encourage any member of the public who's watching this meeting now or reviewing this tape when it's posted to certainly avail themselves of that sign up. We know that we want to run as transparent and open a process as possible. So that's certainly an excellent way to stay informed and abreast of everything that's going on. And you know, this wouldn't be a surprise, shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. I would also compliment the chair and Member Newton for doing a nice write-up that is currently posted on the town website, and staff looks forward to working with them or other commission members who are interested and available to provide their unique talents to those type of efforts. The staff report contains a lot of the additional details about the process, including timelines and milestones, so I won't go into those in detail right now. I would note that, you know, we are here approaching the midnight hour as in attempting to squeeze this in a regular commission meeting, and I think it's necessary to accept that your commission does a very thorough job on all of its other business items at its regular meetings, and I think it's necessary to accept that we're simply going to have some special meetings on this. Staff discussed that at the January meeting. I think I threatened that it would be every month. It wouldn't be that bad going forward with, like I said, 5 standalone meetings and 3 with joint meetings with the town council. So, and we would certainly be consulting with commissioners and trying to hit one of those Thursday dates. I did not get any feedback from commissioners indicating that Thursday dates would not be available for those type of special meetings on the housing element. In terms of recommendations, oh, and I would also say that in obtaining direction from your commission tonight, it should be noted that the town council should be providing concrete direction to staff and your commission at the March 17th joint meeting. So recommendations and directions from your commission should be considered in that context. So what staff is requesting tonight is comment and direction on the work program, and that you select PC membership in the working group. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comments then on the work program, which is attachment A in your report. Let's see, any hands raised? I'll go ahead and talk then.
Phil had his hand up.
No, I didn't, Phil. Sorry, I didn't see your hand up there, Phil. Hi, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the main thing to do as soon as possible in this entire program, as a general comment, is to rather quickly assign what tasks the Planning Commission will be specifically tagged to do, and that would be a great idea to start off with, because we have a lot of stuff on our plate this year other than this, and this is huge. So it would be good for us to know exactly what we need to do in a kind of, in each of these settings, meaning 1, 2, 3, etc. And that would be a great way to project for the year.
I'm sorry that I think I should probably go to the public to see if there's any members of the public that want to give any feedback before we start talking about this. I'm sorry. Does anybody from the public want to raise their hand and speak on the housing element work program? I don't see any hand. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Egger.
Thank you, commissioners. It's interesting with this housing element and the state mandates. These state mandates, the ABAG numbers, are driven by development interest in the state. The unmet needs for housing are way overblown. The county of Marin and a couple of the Marin cities are challenging the numbers. The proposed numbers for Fairfax are, the original proposal is 519 additional units in the next 8 years. And the draft has it lowered to 490 units in 8 years. That's 50 years of growth in 8 years. Fairfax, as we know it, will be changed forever. Much of the town is in the urban wildland interface zone. We've got the 2-lane Sir Francis Drake roadway coming in and out of town. There is Center Boulevard, but the main road is Sir Francis Drake, and that's a 2-lane road. I don't know how since we don't have much public transportation system here in Marin, I don't know how people are going to get even in and out of town. If you watch the traffic now, even under COVID-19, the traffic is starting to back up. And once we are back to full employment, if in fact we add another 500 or so units to Fairfax, it's going to be total gridlock. I don't know if Fairfax is going to challenge these numbers or not, like the Marin County Board of Supervisors and some of the Marin cities are, but I don't think Fairfax needs to immediately capitulate and say, yep, we're going to put these units, because you're going to have to come up with locations where you're going to build, 500 units. And I don't know where they're going to go. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Commissioner Newton.
Thanks. So I thought I read in the minutes, Chairman Rodriguez, that you also indicated you would be interested in being on the group to work on updating the housing element. Is that right?
I did say that.
Okay. And I agree with Frank that the burden on the town in terms of the infrastructure and the resource pressures in terms of sewer and water and roads are a huge concern, and we need to understand what the capacity of the town is in light of those constraints, physical constraints on sort of the numbers of people that can be crammed into this town. And at the same time, I really, really want to push for more affordable housing at the very, very low income levels. And, you know, I believe that very low income level housing is desperately needed in this town for workers and everybody. And so if we were as a town to try to push back on the ABAG numbers, I think we would have to really look carefully at the costs to the town of the repercussions of that type of opposition, the costs in terms of our ineligibility for grant funds, and the costs, the other types of costs that Ben has referenced in previous commission meetings, before we could, you know, be really clear about rejecting ABAG numbers and or recommending that type of position to the council. Because I don't think, if we look at what the pressures are, and you know, I don't think Marin Municipal Water District has really told us what our capacities are. I'm not sure if the sanitary district has told us what our capacities are. I think we need to find these things out from fire in terms of the location of more areas to develop in the hills where the roads are so narrow, and we need to make sure we have proper egress and ingress. And I think, you know, all of these issues are going to entail, like, again, I mean, a lot of thought and analysis. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fregoso.
Thank you. Is that a snake? Oh, it's your cat's tail. Hi, kitty. What a big cat. I thought it was a snake. I could just see the tail. I have a point of clarification. I appreciated Commissioner Newton, all the topics that you brought up, but I'm wondering, what are we doing tonight with this discussion? I see that this is our second meeting, and there's a list of items here that we should have covered on our second meeting: the draft work program and schedule, the public outreach, community engagement, and not least of all, the scope of work for housing element, safety element, land use element, and environmental review. And the next meeting number 3, is our joint meeting with the town council, where they give us our marching orders. And so should we be talking more about perhaps how it is we plan to go about reviewing the housing element? I don't know, maybe, do we want to, if we have 8 meetings, we have 8 elements almost. Do we do 1 element per meeting? Do we want to set up 2? Ben, maybe the question for you is, this is the scope of work, clearly, an overall scope of work, but for the next meeting, I see we have the consultant coming, and we'll have an overview at the next meeting of all the state requirements. And then it keeps saying scope of work for all these elements. What does that mean, scope of work? Should we be talking about this kind of thing rather than more generally our philosophies about what we want to see? I'm not sure.
I could respond.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, what you see in the work, yeah, you brought up some excellent points in terms of, you know, what are we trying to do tonight? And obviously we have this draft work program. some of this, I'll be glad to acknowledge Chair Rodriguez's assistance in providing a draft. What we're looking at are basically the major milestones and deliverables associated with producing a housing element. So whether it's, well, in this community, certainly doing the public outreach, finalizing a project schedule, this is just outlining where we hope to be at each of these major meetings.
Sure.
I want to clarify, this is not my work program. No, this is not my work program.
Right. But the idea is that we're looking at major deliverables and milestones with each one of these meetings. And so I wanted to get commission reaction to that. This notion that we'll have 14 publicly noticed meetings in a combination of Planning Commission, Affordable Housing Committee, and either a joint Planning Commission Town Council meeting or a solo Town Council meeting.
Okay, there's one, excuse me, there's one good place to stop you. Where would those meetings be reflected? Can we have a sense of, you just named 4 or 5 different groups that we'll be meeting with. Do we have some tentative dates? Do we want to start to schedule? Yeah, I know we need to bring in the affordable housing and the CAC, but then my other question is, what work will the committee do? How are we structuring the work the committee does compared to the work we see outlined here for the Planning Commission? Are we talking about, for each meeting, having staff and at least 1 or 2 commission members? And I think,
are you seeing attachment A? Because that seems to be clearly identified there. Or are you?
I do have the attachment A, but it doesn't say how the committee will be working versus the Planning Commission. I do see the general
committee.
If I could briefly respond to that.
We have a housing element committee.
Yeah, I want to put together a timeline, and I really need to talk to the consultants, but I'm already starting to develop it. And what it'll do is it'll just break out the next 2 years by month. The intention is to have the working group and the Affordable Housing Committee feeding their input into the commission. And so when we look at these major purposes for these meetings, you could assume that the groups will be meeting ahead of the Planning Commission meeting and providing their recommendations for direction and decision by your commission. And then, as I said, when we start to get into really big topics, such as potential housing sites, that would feed directly into a joint Planning Commission Town Council meeting, because obviously that's such a critical discussion that we need to get direction from the Town Council on that. So I'm working on that timeline, and I think it'll be clear, but the intent, as I said, is to have some group, some publicly, a group meeting in a public hearing context every month or month and a half for the next 2 years. And that would be feeding into your commission for the most part, because that's your charge as the commission, is to put together that housing.
Sorry, a group meeting? You said a group meeting? You mean
Yes.
a subgroup meeting?
Correct. It could be the Affordable Housing Committee. It could be the working group.
Would the public be involved in these meetings?
The working group, no.
Okay.
As a subcommittee, it would not, but the Affordable Housing Committee, yes. And meetings with the other standing town.
Like with the CAC?
Correct. All those would be publicly noticed. So as would your Planning Commission meetings. So I would anticipate that your commission meetings would be focal points for public comment.
So maybe when the commissioners that are supposed to be on the ad hoc committee are selected this evening, then maybe they can start conversing with you to help you refine some of these details versus trying to work them all out right now. So, I think some of the things that I maybe want to be thinking about a little bit more is, you've got this ABAG appeals opportunity that's in the summer or fall of 2021. So we've got the 490 units, which are 4 times higher than any other allocation by arena during this period. And so the methodology, I brought that to you before, is a concern. And our mayor has written a letter on that as well to the ABAG chair. But we still have this one other opportunity. My point in bringing that up is that we're going to be doing land use, safety element, housing element, and CEQA. And there is information that could be very concretely supportive of an appeal that is needed in order for ABAG to make an objective decision, an objective finding that Fairfax does not have to provide housing sites for 490 units. And that is going to be in some of the CEQA constraints, like the water, the WUI, the flood opportunity, the hazardous, roadway, or, whatever. So whatever timeline that you're working on, Ben, should include that overlapping. When is that information needed for that deadline so that the mayor can write another letter on the appeal? So I think that timing needs to be thought about.
Excellent.
I also think that that the public feedback on this is critical. And I don't think, looking at the work program, I don't think, one, I disagree that the Planning Commission should be developing this element. I don't think that's our job necessarily. Maybe you all disagree with that, but I think that it's the public, that there are members of the public that need to be in a working group that really need to be, I think the way I'm thinking about this is there's a steering committee, and the steering committee is a member of the town, a couple of members of the town council, and a couple of members of the planning commission. And then it tiers down into an active working group. The majority of the work is happening with the consultant. And that consultant, as an example, is bringing in the constraints along with potential opportunity sites. And the working group is giving feedback. And maybe the working group is members of fire, open space, social equity, affordable housing, climate action, that they're coming from a diverse space. And they're saying, so I find this work program troublesome. When I look at, there's a planning commission title, there's an ad hoc working group title, there's a town council title, and an affordable housing title. And they've got all these committees working, but there's a lot of overlap in content here where and a lot of meetings for us members to be meeting and conversing about things that I don't think we need to be necessarily involved in, like finalizing the project schedule, or, it's just like if the consultant does the comparison of the housing element and what's completed or not in terms of policy, at a working group level, I don't believe the planning commissioners that's relevant until you get down to policies and programs and what do we want to carry over, or what do we delete. I don't think a lot of this work up front we need to be involved in. So I have some concerns about the amount of work that's expected by the subcommittee, the lack of public involvement in here, and kind of questioning ad hoc working group versus affordable housing, and who are all those people. But that is my feedback on this. Thank you, Commissioner Swift.
No, I was just going to say that, I think some of this information is preliminary. We don't know what the consultant is going to be responsible for. what information is needed from an educational standpoint to know what's needed with this. You know, there's not that information isn't before us yet. So things like site analysis and things, you know, what are the requirements of the state code to doing a housing element. So I think there's not enough information here in this yet to determine things like appropriate times for public input from different groups and things like that. I think there's just not enough understanding of the task ahead yet to think further in this at this time, if that makes sense. I think you know, identify who
So in terms
the
of
commissioners are that are going to be on the subgroup and then start working on it. Because I think this will change.
So that probably is a good direction. We have, you know, some subcommittee, some folks who have been willing to work on the subcommittee. Ben, from a Brown Act, you could have up to 3 people, or you want 2, or what are you looking for?
Whatever your commission's direction is, the advantage I think of 3 might be if any 2 of them are available. You know, 1 couldn't meet, then we would at least have.
That would be my suggestion. Also, 3.
Okay, so I think
it takes the pressure off. If it's only 2, it could be
to
tough.
make it easy, I can remove myself from it. Commissioner Newton, Swift, and Fragoso has said that they're interested. I don't know whether we really need to have a vote, but I do love the idea of them beginning to help to provide any support that you need to clarifying this, you know, work program and giving, you know, feedback on that, and, you know, whatever.
I would be willing to step back in favor of you being on that committee, because you just said so many groovy things that I would tend to.
I think it makes it really challenging for staff, because this is an area of expertise and I don't need to do his job.
Well, I would simply say, I don't know if it would be fair to the chair to put that type of pressure on her to be both the front of the planning commission and the lead, you know, kind of running those meetings, which, as I say, I anticipate, you know, as a very important committee in town, a commission, I do disagree that the planning commission's role isn't necessarily front and center. I think that when you look at the different elements that this effort will entail, the general plan elements, the updates, how it merges it, you can look at individuals in the town and say, yeah, those people will be good for equity considerations or affordability considerations, but no other group has close to the bandwidth that this commission does to marry those composite elements. And you will be seeing that at each one of the meetings. And something I haven't even mentioned so far is merging in objective design and development standards. So, you know, that's architectural type stuff. So that's where I just really feel as though the planning commission is right in the middle of it, and B, that Chair Rodriguez is going to be very busy running the meetings and providing direction, as she's been doing, to staff, to the working group, and letting the public know what the consensus of the commission is.
So it seems like you have gotten feedback on the work program. You have 3 commissioners to serve on your ad hoc working group. I think we're completed with this item, and we could move on then to the code changes Do we all feel comfortable moving along to this final item?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, here we go, Ben.
Okay, hang on a sec. Let me find that.
So this is the discussion of the 2002 zoning ordinance provision requiring design review board review of any commercial building exterior color change in downtown Fairfax. And essentially the staff report provided us some background where they said a couple of things. One is that the codification company after adoption of some changes to the RS6 zones in error removed the language for commercial buildings, including exterior color changes. And then also they researched the Planning Commission and Town Council meeting minutes. There was nothing in the meeting minutes that included the intention to remove color. And they also reviewed the resolution from that. And in fact, the language in those minutes and resolution included language that they were expanding the duties of the Fairfax Design Review Board, which is us, essentially, the pre-us. And so it all, the bottom line is that the staff recommendation on this is that we could leave the code language as it is now, or return at a future meeting with the draft amended code language that restores changes in exterior color of structures or the alteration of a significant part of design of any commercially zoned property.
Yeah, and if I could just jump in, thank you for that very able summary. Staff kind of feels that this was an error, but it's one of those classic things where when you don't do the color review for a while, and there's been a number of projects that have not entailed review of the color, in an abundance of caution, rather than simply saying, hey, this was a mistake, put it back in the code, and or just consider it's an editorial error and it really belongs back in the code. The idea would be to confirm with your commission that you would like to have that language reinstated in the code, at which point staff will prepare that code language, or that after deliberation, your commission believes that it does not need to be involved in exterior color changes when, that's pretty much a standalone aspect of a project.
I think that it would be helpful to, I'm sorry, Commissioner Swift and then Commissioner Green.
I didn't raise my hand, but I did have, if we're at the question.
Well, what I was thinking about is if there's any members of the public that might have any comments on this item.
So you want to do that before we ask questions? Okay.
Seeing no one, go ahead with your question, Commissioner Swift.
So in looking at option 2 in the staff report, I'm assuming, it wasn't clear, but I'm going to assume that what staff option 2 is actually adding an additional subparagraph to 17.020.030 applicability section that adds back in the change in exterior color of structures or the alteration of a significant design element. So where we have, I think, the 2 subparagraphs to that, we would have a third one. So we're adding back in
17.060?
17.020.030.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we would be adding back that third paragraph that theoretically should have never come out. Is that what?
Yeah, that's the gist.
Staff is saying, all right. Then when we get into the discussion, I have discussion.
Commissioner, we could do it all right now. I think it's informal enough at this point. Oh, but now we have a member of the public. So go ahead with asking clarifying questions on the staff report or this concept of this discovery. Did you have that, Commissioner Green?
Well, just a logical thing. I mean, I'm looking at 17020030, and I see that it applies, the chapter shall apply to residence alterations, 50%, remodels, RS residential 7.5, et cetera. And B says new construction in central commercial, limited commercial, highway commercial, planned development district, et cetera. It seems to be fairly inclusive. It appears to me also that there was some error made back then about this. But of course, you know, and then there's the other issue is the criteria 1702040 include color. And I think I pointed that out when we had the downtown commercial business a few meetings ago. So it seems to me most of the powers that need to be, and while this are there, they're just not there that clearly. And then thirdly, I think while we're doing an amendment to this ordinance is if design review is going to continue to be not conducted by a separate design review board, but by the planning commission, that would be good to clarify here too, so that we can get rid of the language in our resos of something about a design review board that doesn't exist. Those are basically my comments.
Can I jump in? Am I on? Okay, I'll jump in. I was on the planning commission when we had a design review board. And I remember when the design review board was disbanded and those functions switched over to the planning commission, design review board, including color and signage and all that stuff that we've been doing at the planning commission. I do not remember the changing of the ordinance and what happened with that, but I do remember the planning commission took on that role. And I think it would be important that we're able to, for instance, the project we had downtown last month, that we all found the color palette to be a problem, not to mention other design features on what turns out to be a historic building. So
can I just ask if we lost our chair?
Huh.
I don't see her at the moment.
Yeah, that's interesting. Hang on a
So
sec. If we could get our Zoom
out.
Oops, wait a minute.
Yes, it's true that she has dropped off.
Okay.
Let me text her.
Okay, well,
maybe our vice chair could open it up to the public.
I think that would be an excellent idea, Vice Chair.
Okay, I see Mr. Egger's hand is up, so I'll open it up to the public and invite Mr. Egger to speak.
Thank you. Am I on?
You're on.
Oh, perfect. In the staff report, the second paragraph, number 2, it says the codification company, it says the codification company removed reference to the commercial building color, element changes, etc., without authorization. Over the years, those kinds of things have happened to our town codes. They've dropped complete ordinances. They've made changes that didn't make sense. And I was on the council when we made the amendment that supposedly dropped commercial properties from color and certain elements. At the time, I seconded that motion. There was no mention of dropping commercial structures from any of those design review codes at all. And the codification company did that on their own. does it need to be put back in, or as Commissioner Green pointed out, it's already in the code. Do we just move forward with the way it is, or would it make more sense to actually somehow put verbiage back in? Because the ordinance that added the residential properties with 50% remodels had no mention of commercial properties at all. So actually, it was the interpretation is an absolute error on the codification company's part. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Your very historical perspective is really important here, since you were directly involved too. So thank you for that.
I just texted with Michelle, and she lost her internet, but she did text, so maybe she can try to call in, or I don't know if she'll be able to get back to us.
All right, thank you, Norma. Cindy and then Phil, if you're trying to talk, Phil.
Okay. First of all, I wanted to thank staff for the research they did on this with the prior ordinances. When I looked at this, it seemed clear to me that with ordinance 688 and these other ones, that the thought had been to add in to the design review and not take away from it. And so I think the addition of the 50% remodel was to have been an additional subparagraph and not take away that the original first paragraph, which allowed the design review of color changes. So that to me is the difference between what we see in the commercial property in the design review ordinance now versus what was in there previously, which was to allow design review if the only thing a commercial property, let's say, was doing was changing the external color of the building. So I support option 2. I think it's very important, as we could see in the discussions we've had previously with some of the properties in the downtown area, to bring that back into the design review. And my recommendation would be I support that option 2, to have staff bring that back to us. And I would hope that it could be a relatively simple change to put that back in, and that we could get that sooner rather than later. So, as we know, things are always changing in the downtown area, and it would be good to have those things back in place before there are other changes to the downtown. Thank you.
Welcome back, Michelle. I took over for a little bit. I called on Phil next, but then I'll let you take the reins.
It's challenging because I had to re-log in by my phone. For some reason, I'm not able to log in. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep doing the meeting, but Phil, please share.
Okay, yeah. So I basically took 17020030 and put it back together. And it doesn't really make a lot of sense when you do that. So I think something like the language on the first paragraph of the staff report needs to be there, but not maybe the same one that was there from 1982, because it just doesn't necessarily make sense. So the language, the zoning, or so the alterations and additions to structures in the commercial zones, except all zones except residential zones, I guess that's a definition of the commercial zones, having an estimated value of more than $2,500. That's like these days you could put a tack in a wall for that kind of money, as determined by the building inspector, and or changes to the exterior color of structures. So this this old language could be modified and put back in, but it's kind of antique the way it is. I mean, I know a change in a building for $2,500. You're talking about a handle for a faucet or something these days. You know, you're talking about a very minor kind of construction. So that maybe a dollar value wouldn't be a good idea there, but maybe just, you know, significant as determined by the building inspector. And maybe that's when they came up with this 50% remodel idea. I frankly think you ought to keep Mr. Egger into the loop on this one. But the language doesn't make sense today. So that's my comment, is something like it needs to go back in so that changes to commercial structures of certain types would trigger these, you know, determinations for color and all that. Needs to happen, but not this way, not quite this way.
Just as a per Commissioner Swift's comment, your suggestion is that exterior building color changes would be subject to design review.
Yes, and I think we had a good example because things can just sort of take precedence. So you've got a couple of buildings downtown that may be gray and black, and then the next one that changes wants to be gray and black because the ones here are, but we don't want that look in downtown, and it could expand and the whole downtown become gray and black. You know, so we need some kind of regulation like that. It's not quite like a shopping center, you know, where it's really strict and really limited. It's very flexible, but it has to be within a reasonably modern thinking pattern, which, you know, $2,500. I mean, that just tells me that that's not feasible. So yeah, this needs to be come back in my view. Yeah.
I guess my opinion is that we have a historic downtown district, and the look and feel has economic and architectural significance, and so that should be preserved. I am in support of the value determinations versus the 50% of remodel change, and including the color aspect of this. I think we should initiate the amendment. I think the action is that we want to initiate the amendment to 17020.030. I think Cindy was going down the right route of applicability by adding a third paragraph. What I missed by being kicked out of the internet is whether we all had an agreement to go either 50% route or the value route. Did we have one way or the other? We did not. So
we didn't discuss either of them. And I think since you brought that up, I would not go for either at this point. I would have staff bring back something initially. I don't think 50% for the commercial area is appropriate, and I don't think a dollar amount is appropriate. We're looking at exterior paint for one, and I think also exterior changes when you look back at that. So those are the two things that I would be concerned about.
So did we have a majority of people at all who agreed on the value item? I do think that that's probably what staff's going to come back with, because there's a limited number of ways. Did we get anybody who agreed to any of it?
No. I haven't commented on value.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Fragoso.
I would rather, I don't care what the value is. If they're changing color, especially if it's a historic property in our historic district, if it's color and signage and lighting, I think we should take a look at it. A sign could be $200 or $2,000. New color could, I don't think we can pin a dollar value on it exactly.
I missed a portion of the meeting, so I'm sorry I can't really bring us anywhere. So Ben, can you please, or Mimi, please help me with concluding this item, or where are we at? Where can we lead this discussion?
Well, I think we need to hear from Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber, but what I'm hearing is unanimous consensus that staff needs to work on bringing that language back in, and we can certainly attend to the details of what that language is, maybe come back with some options for commission consideration at a future meeting.
But how does that relate then to immediately applying it? I mean, we recognize that there's an error. Well, we think there's documented error in the staff report. And so we've got people out there doing improvements that are not enhancing the downtown. And so how does that relate to our work program, keeping you too busy to modify it? I mean, can we initiate a memo from the Planning Commission that says that we recognize that this was an error and there can be no further amendments to downtown until whatever this thing comes forward? Or do we say, Ben, initiate it and come back in 30 days with something? Or how are we going to address that need?
My hope is that we can very quickly return with language, ideally at your next meeting on March 18th, so that there isn't a big gap. It's one of those abundance of caution things. And I think that there has been a question about whether we've been applying that exterior color change only. So I would just as soon have the language, reinstate it, go to the, make the recommendation from the commission, go to the council, get them to approve it, and then there's no question.
Okay, so let's hear from Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber.
Improve the language somewhat.
Okay, I also think it was an error to drop it off. So recommendation number 2, to return it. Yes, to amend the code language. Recommendation number 2.
Okay, so if somebody could make a motion, then what the motion, as I'm hearing it, is initiate an amendment to return to the March 18th meeting to 17-020-030, to really look at this option 2 and immediately begin applying some kind of a communication with the public that they shouldn't be making changes until something's happening.
I would second that motion because we have projects pending coming back to us specifically with these issues. And have we not been reviewing color and signage and lighting? Why would we stop doing so?
So we have a motion and a second.
Who was the motion by? I think you asked for a motion.
Yeah, can anybody wants to say the motion?
Norm, you could make the motion.
I give it a crack here. We move that we make a recommendation that staff revise section 17-020-030 to add a third section C back into that section based on its analysis of what might be proper modern language in today's setting.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Well, let's hear it.
We request staff come back to us at the next meeting. And can we say that in the interim, we will continue to review color, I would say signage and lighting, but color
was the only error.
Color was the error, so that we will continue to review color as we have been.
Phil, do you agree with that friendly amendment?
I agree with those statements. Sure.
Okay, so you have a first and a second, and so Ben, can you call it?
Okay, Member Swift.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber.
Aye.
Commissioner Newton.
Aye.
Commissioner Fregoso.
Aye.
Chair Rodriguez.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Okay, so folks, do we want to pen the minutes from the January 21st meeting and bring it back next time? Or do we have a close, just any action on those?
Fine with me.
I would appreciate putting them forward.
Well, can I just ask a quick question if anybody has corrections to it? I mean, if nobody
I haven't
has,
had a chance to look at them.
if nobody has corrections, we could just go ahead and deal with it tonight.
I didn't have
lost
any
them.
corrections.
I lost them, so I can't answer the question.
I haven't
All right.
reviewed them. Let's put it off.
I would second a motion to continue it.
Continue
for
the
next
minutes
month.
to the next meeting.
Okay, should I take a roll call on that? On a
Go ahead, call
Fregoso,
it.
Green,
Aye.
okay, Swift, member
Aye.
Swift, Gonzalez Parber,
Abstain. I was not at the meeting.
okay. Fregoso,
Aye.
Newton,
Abstain.
abstain, okay. And Rodriguez,
Aye.
okay.
Okay,
So,
planning director's report.
okay, planning
Any
director,
items that were continued from us or appealed from us is a good thing. And then you've got some improvements going on downtown. That corner store bow or something.
yeah, I'll need to loop back on some of that stuff. If you would like me to go into that. The main thing was I sent out an email to the commission about the League of California Cities virtual conference. It's very interesting because they're going to have their sessions on a Thursday and a Friday, the 25th and 26th of March, and then jump forward to the following week and go on Wednesday and Thursday, if I'm believing the schedule. And they're very organized. So it's kind of interesting where it's not just this 4-day deluge. They're splitting it up, and it's virtual sessions. It's $250 a commissioner. 2 commissioners have already indicated interest, and I would heartily encourage them, especially as we're seeing the context of what's going on at the state and what the town is undertaking, and it's going to be loaded heavy on the housing element. So I think it'd be a great primer for any commissioner so interested. Please let me know by Tuesday. What I'll be doing is the 2 commissioners that will be attending, I'll register them and myself. So anybody else that wants to avail themselves of that expertise, it would be a good opportunity.
Cindy, I'll miss carpooling with you.
Well, there's also the Sonoma one, which they're trying to figure out, I guess, how they're going to deal with that or what they're going to do.
Yeah, everything's scrambling.
But that probably won't be carpooling.
This is a virtual meeting. This is like a Zoom.
It's a
thing?
Zoom conference.
Oh, well, I might be interested in that then. I'll have to go.
Okay.
Over.
Good.
Yeah, keep me in the loop, and I'll confirm later.
Okay.
Then other items.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And the other thing is the odds, objective development standards in the historic. And I let the subcommittee members know we were anticipating additional data and have not yet received it. And I was hoping we'd be able to feed it in to your commission for the March 18th meeting. I'm not sure that will be possible. But as soon as we do get that, we will start that process. And of course, that will be staff believes it'll be an important part of our housing element update, especially when we're looking at the possibility of density. I think we need to have something that we can actually apply to these buildings. So that's that, unless somebody else.
What about the meeting with Fire and Cindy?
Excuse me?
What about the meeting with Fire and Cindy on behalf of the Planning Commission to discuss the landscaping?
Are you talking the tree committee? About trees and.
We're going to meet with the fire department to talk about the confusion between the tree committee and the fire department.
We did
approval.
that maybe 3 months ago, something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah. And I think we reported back.
Okay, my mistake. Okay, anybody else want to bring up anything?
In terms of the tree committee and problems we have had, I think the Spring Lane project today was a beautiful example of how we would love to see a page describing all the existing trees, anything that's proposed to be cut, anything that's approved to be cut, and with a table right there on the map.
I thought we had that on the map. On one of the plans, they had that broken out. Either
Yes,
there
they
in the
did.
staff
I'm
report.
saying we should get that from anyone who's taken out trees and doing new
As an
development.
example for future projects.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we need to close the loop between what the tree committee's looking at and what the planning commission's looking at. So
And that sheet just provided everything. It was perfect, all on one spot. I
All
love
right,
those
so
plans.
are we done for the evening then? No other comments then? You guys did a great job. We went through a lot of really complicated stuff. I'll keep trying to move things along as much as possible. It's a challenge.
You were
but I thought we
very
were
good.
still able to converse, and I want to make sure to get everybody's feedback, but tough stuff.
Oh, you're a
So
great
is-
chair. Tamala is a great host. And
Yeah.
staff are absolutely fabulous. Staff are amazing.
So do we have do we have a motion to close this meeting?
I
And-
move we
Linda, you got
adjourn.
it.
Mimi had her hand up.
What does Mimi want?
Yeah, I just want to stay on the line with you guys for another hour. No, I want just a heads up for those of us, I guess, who are working on the steering committee for the housing element, that we should meet before our next planning commission meeting to talk about what we're doing.
And even before the joint meeting, because you guys are going to have to communicate.
Joint meeting on
that's
this
all of us.
17th. So everybody should put the 17th on your calendars now for that joint workshop with the town council. And
Can I ask something about that workshop? I heard, Ben, you said we were meeting with council and Climate Action Committee invited us to meet with them that day. And I said, oh, we already have a meeting with council. And they said, well, council meets with us first and then they meet with planning commission. So we're all invited to the Climate Action Committee meeting, but is that your understanding, Ben?
well,
That
my understanding is, thank you for bringing that up because it would have slipped my mind. Garrett, the town manager, would love to get the planning commission in as early as 5:30 for that joint meeting with the town council. He'd like to schedule that for 90 minutes. So what is your commission's sense of ability to, this would be on the 7th, or the 17th of Wednesday, to get in and get out in 90 minutes. And then relating to Commissioner Fragoso's question, the Climate Action Committee would be subsequently meeting with the town council for another 90-minute special meeting. So it'll be an interesting noticed meeting, but that's what was going on. And I'd just like to get your commission's reactions to a 5:30 meeting start time.
Is that their special meeting day or?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm okay.
Okay, Commissioner Swift, good. Other commissioners? I mean, I'd love to say, because we have a meeting the next night.
What
Keep in
time is
mind
that
that
meeting?
I'm good.
Do
Okay.
you want that at 5 o'clock?
5:30.
There's no way I could make it before 7.
Okay. Well, keep in
By
mind.
the
this-
way, I cannot attend the planning commission meeting in March on the 18th, but I
The
will
next
be on
night.
the 17th.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I was pushing the manager to get the planning
Thanks for
commission
letting us know, Norma.
at the council meeting first, so that everybody be fresh for the next night.
And Mimi, I interrupted you. You were talking about having you and Cindy and I get together. Before that, does one of you have time to send out a couple of dates and see when we could do
Can you
that?
guys call this meeting and then you guys can do that?
Yeah, I'll move to adjourn the formal planning meeting,
Thank
and then
you.
I'll ask Cindy and
Second.
Norm.
I'll second.
I'll
All
third.
those in favor, Yay.
Aye.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay,
everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Thank you.
Good night, you guys. So
Morning.
Cindy, my game plan was just to send you guys a doodle poll. And
Now,
maybe
is this to meet with,
the
Just
three
the
of us
three of us.
Okay.
get our ducks in a row.
Would that include Ben? Ben, do you want to be,
Yeah.
you want to be in on those, right? So
Sure.
yes, please send a doodle poll since there's 4 of us and calendars are tricky.
All right, I will send it. Maybe we'll look for like 2 days we can meet between now and the 17th.
Yeah, you could do 2 or 3 days between
might be
now.
good- It might be good if we could slot it in the week of March 8th through the 12th. Even though that's, I'm just thinking to get the consultant on board, but well, anyway, we can work out the details some of the time.
March 8th, yeah, I don't have my calendar in front of me, but send us a doodle poll and
All right,
I'll
put
get back
up
to you as soon as I can.
my game plan is to try to schedule at least 2 meetings between the 4 of us between now and the 17th.
That's a good idea. So give us 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You know, do the doodle for 2 weeks and we can pick out 2 days. You know how you can check this day works, this day works, this day works.
And I work, so it's likely to be a weekend heavy in the options department.
Ben, when does the consultant actually show up?
Well, that's a good question.
17th.
If the council authorizes the contract, I would love to say that we could get that executed by Friday of that first week in March, in which case they'd be on board for the following week. So it wouldn't be consultant facilitated immediately, but
So
But we
that
could meet him.
contract would go to the council,
well, it's authorization for the contract. And then
right? But that would be at their next meeting,
on the 3rd.
all right?
So moving along.
Okay, you
All right.
guys, I'm
I
crashing.
look forward to this.
Okay,
Good night. Thank you
Thanks,
all.
Tamala.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Frank.
Tamala. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Night.
Good night,
night.
and good morning to those who are left on.
Yeah.
It is Friday, and we are so happy we are here. And this
And
does
you're
conclude-
masked.
Yes, I'm actually in the building with other people. So
Oh, okay.
Pamela.
see you later.
Good
Bye.
night.